barbershop? Is this the barbershop?
Yes, it is.
It's the barbershop.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all.
You gotta tell Rosa Park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. Some losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Yeah, boy, what's going on, y'all? What's going on? Welcome to the Black Men Unfiltered Network, man. We back in this thing again, man. We've been putting out some real good content for the last few days, and I'm glad you guys are here for the Barbershop Talk. As y'all can see, tonight is going to be a real serious conversation. There's some things going on that we got to have a conversation about, guys. We have to have a conversation about the subject tonight. And everybody sees what the subject is. If you don't know what I'm talking about tonight, y'all got to go look up this Marlon Sanders. But don't worry about it. We're going to cover it tonight, right? We're going to cover what happened with Marlon. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk through it. And you may not like it, right? You may not like it, but it's going to be fine. You're going to be okay. Right? But before we do that, some house rules. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let us know that you love us, right? Go ahead and share this with 2 people you like, 2 people you don't. If you want to give to the channel, I would love for you guys to show some financial support to the channel. So you'll see in a few seconds at the bottom down there, at the bottom of the screen, you will see the Cash App scrolling. So make sure you give there. Make sure you also give super chats if you want to join the channel and become a monthly member of this channel for this great work that we're doing over here. I would love to have you guys be a part of this network. All right. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. But there's a lot been going on in the world. And then, another thing, if you want to come up and you want to be a part of the show tonight and you have something to say about this situation, about this story, about what happened, if you want to be in the conversation, if you want to give some advice, if you want to get some off your chest, this is the time to do it. All right. So the link is in the chat. It's pinned to the top of the chat. If you want to come in, all right, please come in and join the show. The link is at the top of the chat. All right. But like I said before, there's a lot of things going on right now. And this story just caught my eye. And there was something else I wanted to talk about tonight, but I had to do this because it's something that we've been, as men, have been dealing with and have been pushed into and have been told that you're not a good man if you don't do it. And so we're going to start with this whole stepfather thing. Okay. I think being a stepfather, I think that it's mental illness. I think it's mental illness to be a stepfather. There has to be something wrong mentally with you if you are a stepfather. And you may be asking yourself, why do you say that? Because for you to go into a woman's life who has a child of age and that child has a living father, and you have to deal with another man who was banging your wife up and got her pregnant, or your girl up and got her pregnant, coming over, meeting with your wife, you taking care of a child that's not yours, that's probably never going to consider you any type of father. You have to. It's mental illness. And I, if you guys disagree with me, you see the link in the chat. But I think being a stepfather, and in most cases, is just mental illness. I think that we as men have to, especially with this story that just happened with this guy, this shows you right here. Right? This shows you in this story that we're going to cover tonight. We're gonna cover, because this guy was a stepdad, and now he's dead. And we're gonna talk about it. He was a stepfather, and now he's dead. Trying to take care of another man's child. He's dead now. And I'm going to play the clip of what made me say what I said about the mental illness. And it's again, if you want to come up, the link is in the chat. E-Man, what's going on, man? Look, good to see you here. Christina Watts, thank you for being here. But I want to play this because it's important. So let's see what we got here. Yeah, we're gonna share this. And see what y'all think about this. Here we go. All right, TK Kirkland, who is a comedian, and he's been around for a very long time. If you don't know, TK Kirkland looked like he's 40, 49. That man's 60. And I'm going to play what he said about being a stepfather. Here we go.
I don't know. I can't give I'm not ChatGPT and Google. I just know that life is life. And it all depends on where these things happen in your life. There's some horrible baby mothers, and men should think twice who they sleep with. There's some women that got to think twice about who they sleep with. What I have noticed in life is that most women who are successful, because there's more successful women than men, you guys make the worst decisions when it comes to relationships.
I agree.
Yeah. So your decision level on who y'all rock with is horrible. And then you grow, and then you meet a nigga who got his shit together,
Right.
and you want him to take on that responsibility because you was sucking dick at the Hampton Inn, eating cheese and eggs and shit on Saturday morning. You had 2 kids, and you got a loving family. But you want this nigga, you want this grown man now, because he got his life together, to come in to be a father to your children. And some men will do it. I'm here to tell a man that he shouldn't do it.
He shouldn't do it.
Yeah, that's just me. I believe you want it. I'm not saying, no, I am saying, have your own family. You'll feel better. If you have your own family, your own children, when you do for that child, it's meaningful. It means something. When you're raising another man's child, that's mental illness.
Have you ever tried to do that?
That's crazy.
I've done that.
Oh, you've done. Okay, speaking from experience. Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
it's mental illness. It's really one of the worst things you could do.
Raising another man's child is mental illness.
It's mental illness.
Explain.
Because
please.
you're raising something that don't belong to you. That's some horrible shit to pretend. That's like a gay man who wants to be a woman, or a woman who wants to be a man. You're pretending to be something that's not natural. And nobody talks about it in our community. We men think that's what they should do. And you know what happens? Financial fucking debt. And then when your money is out, the pressure that's on you, the stress, you end up dying early. And you out of here. And don't nobody give a fuck. And the kids will love you. Yeah, if he was a good person. But there's not. You ever notice that you can be a stepfather and the dad, the birth father ain't shit, but they still love that motherfucker like he paid the rent.
Right.
It's still
groceries in the house.
It's still emotional.
They still show love to dad.
Because that's their daddy.
Exactly.
No matter what.
Why should you go through that? Why?
He knows some shit.
Why
You
would
agree? You agree?
Yes.
Yeah, why would you?
Because
put
I
But
yourself
you say
in
you
emotional?
did it. Did you ever cut them off? Do you have like outside the 7 kids that you have that you created? Do you have step kids right now?
No.
None?
No.
So none of the 7 baby moms had kids prior to you having
Yeah,
children with them?
they did.
And did you
They
meet
did.
the kids, interact
Yeah,
with them, have a
we
relationship
lived in the
with
same
them?
house. That's what I'm saying. It still was a horrible thing to do.
Did you get attached to the kids? Though? Did you-
Yeah, horrible fucking thing to do.
That's wild.
Taking kids, other kids shopping and shit. That's horrible.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you, I seen some shit you said. He said if your money not right and you dating somebody who got kids and you got your own kid, he said you're gonna be at the barbershop
Showing favoritism.
and you got your favoritism.
But you should-
and you gonna say, let him get the full haircut, get him the edge up.
No, but the way it was, your
He
money.
said, get him the edge
Yeah,
up.
I
and
was
let him
saying,
get
don't
the
put
full-
yourself in a bad situation
Right.
because sometimes men think
This
their money
nigga
is really
crazy,
long,
Right.
bro.
and
Get
a
him
girl
the
gonna
edge
call
up.
you bluff.
Right.
She goes like, let me take your kid's son with me, and you go at the barbershop and your money ain't gonna be right,
Right.
and you're gonna be like, boom, get a haircut. You're like, yo, give my son a fade
Yeah.
and just line him up.
Line him up.
Now,
Yeah,
when they
that's
go
like-
back home,
Right.
it's confusion.
All right, man. Hey, listen, if you disagree with me, come on up here. If you disagree with me, come on up here. If you don't disagree with me, come on up here. But does he have a point? Put a 1 in the chat if you can see it from his perspective. If you can see it from his perspective. All right? And while y'all do that, I got a super chat, first super chat of the night. Thank you so much, man. He did it, guys, and you can too. Curtis Moore, 1991, $9.99 super chat. He said, happy Friday, BMU. I just read up on this Marlon Sanders. I don't think it's a mental illness to be a stepfather. I think it's a matter of low self-esteem and an inability to tolerate loneliness. Man, that's a bar. I'm going to read that again. At Curtis 1991 $9.99 super chat, man. Keep sending these super chats in, guys. I'm gonna read every one that you send in here. We're gonna shout you out, and you also have privilege to kick someone off of this panel and to come up on the panel yourself. It's one of the privileges to the people who are giving super chats. So, Curtis Moore 1991 says, "Happy Friday, BMU. I just read up on Marlon Sanders, but this is where he starts cooking. He says, I don't think it's a mental illness to be a stepfather. I think it's a matter of low self-esteem and an inability to tolerate loneliness." All right. So guys, right now, thank you for being here. Thank you for the 999 super chat, Curtis Moore. Guys, if you want to come up, make sure you have good lighting. Make sure we can see your face in the place. Make sure that we can see you, because we want people to see who's doing the talking. All right. I got JT in the back. He's coming up in a second. I also have the Man Williams in the building as well. The Man Williams, what's going on, my guy?
I'm gone. If I thought me gonna have a conversation, you're gonna have everybody up here tonight. I'll let them do it. But I appreciate you, bro.
No, you good. Go ahead. Ain't nobody
Nah,
back to JT.
Huh?
JT
No,
wants to
because well, JT's cool, but the biggest thing is, like, I think these kind of conversations need to be minded out.
Mhm.
People have to personally attack the person, and can't have the conversation.
No.
I just gotta know who you rock with.
We're not gonna have.
No. That's every time I come over here. Every time I come over here, people try to bring up my wife and all that stuff, and I'm not gonna be disrespectful. I thought you was just having a conversation, but it's full of crap. Maybe he had a mental illness. So you think when he became a stepdad, he had a mental illness, and now he's coming to the light?
I think what the perspective is, because a lot of men think the way a lot of men are tagging onto the comments, or maybe you ought to go out and read the comments. Of men out there saying, man, thank you for saying what I've always thought. A lot of men do get in situations where they have stepkids and they like, damn, like, what am I doing?
Yeah,
Like,
I agree.
I'm really in debt taking care of another nigga kids.
Yeah, because nigga, he in debt. Nigga ain't doing it right. Listen. I understand everybody can't be a super stepdad like me. I get it. I understand that we ain't built the same. But first of all, it is a mental illness if you think you somebody biological father and you ain't produced that baby. Like that, so it's two different conversations happening. BMU, right? If a
Mhm.
man say that's my child, that's my baby, and he have the assumption that he's the biological father, and he ain't the biological father, he might got a mental illness. But if a man, let me ask you this question: you coach football, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever took one of those young men under your wings? I don't know if you like, kind of like. Let me
Mhm.
give you an example.
Okay.
Uh, a good example is LeBron James' coach. I don't know if you ever really studied the story of LeBron James.
Nuh-uh.
LeBron James was in a bad situation. His AAU coach took him under his wing, and he said, "Hey, this young man got a lot of potential. I want to take him out of a chaotic situation, and I'm going to be quote unquote a father figure, but I do understand that I'm not his father." Right? Would we
Mhm.
say that that guy had a mental illness?
I think that it was a man who I don't think that's a difference. I think that's a duality. I think it's two different things happening. I think it's a man that wanted to be a mentor, not to be a father. I'm talking
That's what
about
a stepfather is, though. See, that's the key. The stepfather is no more than a mentor that is sleeping with your mama. Listen, I agree. I get what you're saying. I agree if you saying that a person is acting like their real father. One thing I told my daughters, right? I said, "Hey, I'm not your real daddy. I want you to build a relationship. I encourage you to build a relationship with your daddy. I'm here as an unpaid advisor." And you know, when I started having my own kids, I realized like we have these conversations like it's exclusive to stepdad. But I can go pull up articles. I think January of this year, someone biological kid deleted his real daddy,
yeah.
right? But we wouldn't say
Mhm.
that that person had a mental illness because that child was dysfunctional. Like we don't do the accountability. So we can have the conversation. If you thinking that you're something that you're not, I love the analogy that he painted. Like a man thinking a woman, we would say that's a mental illness. If
Right.
you thinking that your capacity in that child life is more than what you is, aka what is a stepfather? This is
Mhm.
a person that's married to a woman that have pre-existing kids, right? It's
Right.
nothing more, nothing less. But if you saying, "Hey, I'm this person biological father," maybe we have an argument. But if you're just a mentor, if you're just mentoring them, guiding them into the right direction, and the reason I never seen quote unquote this idea that I'm this taking so much from me, if you knew how much money I done paid to get young men into college. I done paid for football gear, wrestling gear. Like people that is not even associated with me because I have a serious love for young men. I really don't invest in young women because that's just not my niche. Not saying that there's something wrong if men do
Right.
that, right? But this idea of me actually saying that I want to help people in my community, not only the people, because it sounds selfish, really. I'm only gonna help the people that comes from me, but I'm not gonna be an asset, especially when you start talking about people who really go get the money. You telling me you got millions and millions of dollars, or you telling me you making 200,000-300,000 a year, and you telling me that you so selfish, and I get it. If you're a $45,000 dude and you ain't really got enough for a wife,
Right.
you just got enough for you. I get if you stretching thin for that. When you start looking at a man saying, "Hey, you know what? God bless me, and I'm gonna bless a lot of people in this community, including my stepkids." I just think that it's crazy that men are trying to say that's a mental illness.
Yeah. I think they look because I know a guy personally who married a woman who had two girls. He really thinks that he their daddy. He
Yeah,
really
that's
they
mental illness. No, it's mental illness. Like I'm not playing stupid. I don't play
right.
stupid. Like I understand. I remember my oldest came to me and she was talking about me. She was talking with like words of aspiration. I was like, dang, I didn't even know she felt that way about me, right? Like
Mhm.
if she tells a story, he'd be like, man, and everybody don't get that because I know people who kid they step kids can't stand them. Like,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? And those stepkids put them through hell. I think what we need to talk about is properly vetting mothers. If you're going to literally, quote unquote, take on this role, does that mother have control over their kids? I think you is a fool if you sign up with, quote unquote, a relationship with a woman who don't control her kids and you think you about to come in there and control them. That sound crazy.
Well, E-Man, tell me this. Well, let me get the super chat out the way first. I got a question
Go
for
ahead,
you.
go ahead.
We got a super chat here that says, and E-Man, you could probably attest to answer this as well.
Yeah.
7LMG says, $10 super chat says, good evening, BMU. Is it a mental illness to be a stepfather to a child whose father has passed away?
No, that's what I'm saying. I think the mental illness was there before the child. See, like we trying to blame the child for the mental illness. Most people who got mental illness, the mental illness was there before the child was there. Like
Yeah,
he
thank
didn't
you,
get.
Seven, for that $10 super chat. I appreciate you.
We
Go ahead.
appreciate you supporting the channel. Like that's the only problem I have with this narrative is people saying since he became a stepfather, then the mental illness came. That sounds retarded. No, he had mental illness problems, and now it's just playing out in his relationship with the child.
Right.
So I can accept that if somebody already got a mental illness and they moving in that way, cool. I'm cool with that. We can say that person got mental illness. But the idea of you can say that somebody like BMU can be completely sane, and just because he took a woman on and a kid, now he got a mental illness, BMU.
So
Like,
let me
did
ask
he?
you this.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. So say, for instance, the guy that I'm talking about that has the two girls that really think they're his wife is a stay-at-home wife. He pays all the bills. He pays for all the girl stuff. He pays for all their school stuff, all that stuff. And he constantly talks about how he's emasculated and disrespected by these young ladies because they always saying, you're not my daddy. You're not my real daddy. And their daddy is in their life. So their daddy come get them every other weekend. He spend time with them. So they got a good daddy too. And so that's what I'm saying. What is he taking on? Being a father, these are not your girls. You spend all your money. Your wife stay at home every day. She's not contributing to our own kids. Then they real daddy in the picture, and they want to be with their real daddy more than you, and you still shelling out all this money.
Yeah, but I think that he need to have a real conversation. And the problem is a lot of people will tell him, don't do it. And they ain't got the experience. He need to talk to somebody like me. He need to have a real conversation with his wife. See, most people, we talk about holding our wives accountable, but then when it comes down to situations like this, it's no accountability to the wife, right? I'm clear. Hey, check this out. I can tell you right now, I can go down to my 3-year-old, my 5-year-old, my 16-year-old, or my 18-year-old. I promise you right now, if I call any one of them, tell them bring me a glass of water, you know who's gonna have a glass of water on this table? I ain't paying all these. I ain't boo-boo the food now. Now, I'm not telling anybody to sign up for boo-boo the food, but everybody in my house serves me. Everyone in my house wash my dishes. Step biological. So when you can be able to really stand on principles as a man, you start getting the benefits. Guess what? You know who was working at my store, running my store? My stepkids. You know how much money I done made for not having to employ somebody outside of my household because I got women that's willing to work? Like, that's what I'm saying is, I always say, everybody, I don't care if it's your stepkids, your biological kids, it's your wife, it's your sister, cousin. If people are in your life, they should be actually adding to the family. And yes, there's going to be benefits for that.
Right. And now I will say, and I'll say this as well. Listen, you know, I understand what you're saying. All stepdaddies ain't the same. Right? There are some niggas out here that is struggling with being respected, struggling with the mama not saying nothing, or the mama saying, hey, listen, you got boundaries with my kids. Like, it's certain stuff you can say, some things you can't, you know, you're not their daddy. Like, it's a lot of men dealing with that. But as you can see tonight, I put as the subject of the show, toxic vagina, a death sentence for black men. Did you hear about the Marlon Sanders story?
Yeah, that was the one with the stepkid killed them, right? That was in April?
No.
Oh, no, that's something else. Okay, what happened?
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. I'm finna play it right now so we both can see it.
Okay.
And I want you to see what happened on this last Tuesday to a stepfather trying to be good to a child. All right, let's see. Here we go. I'll play this. All right, here we go. I got you. Oh, it's muted. It's muted.
For impromptu dances in school hall. Beloved music teacher known for impromptu dances in school hallways. But tonight, a Port Arthur ISD teacher is dead and his wife's former lover is accused of killing him.
The shooting happened in a neighborhood off Beltway 8 in Northeast Harris County yesterday morning when police say the couple went to pick up a child, but it ended in gunfire.
KTRK-TV in Houston sharing this report with KFDM. Maya Shea spoke with neighbors about the teacher tragedy.
Hey, what's good, Port Arthur? In a Facebook post about voting, a bit of the lovable teddy bear personality of teacher Marlon Sanders shines through. The Port Arthur School District sharing that he was a beloved music teacher and football coach, but just after midnight Tuesday morning, Sanders was shot and killed here at Blue Timbers Court. Amber Howard saw the frantic moments.
I was just upstairs watching TV, and all I hear was a woman like screaming, saying, "Gary, give me my baby, Gary, give me my baby." And then, of course, I'm still hearing it, and that's when I heard like 2 gunshots. And right after that, that's when the woman was screaming, "You shot my husband, you shot my husband." I look out there, she doing CPR.
Gary Davis.
Harris County Sheriff's investigators say the Gary involved is Gary Davis, the former lover of Sanders' wife. Court records show the wife and Davis dated after she separated from Sanders. They had a baby 9 months ago, but then she reconciled with her husband. Records show the couple came to Davis's home to pick up the baby, but he was upset.
It's tragic, it is, because of the situation that happened. But we knew that gentleman there that lived there to have a lot of anger issues.
Investigators say Davis stormed out of the house and shot Sanders. The beloved music teacher and coach died at the end of the driveway. Neighbors can still remember the moment.
It sounded like firecrackers, but super, super loud. Like they sounded like so close. Like it kind of had my ear ringing a bit. That's what it sounded like. It was just 2 shots.
Davis remains behind bars tonight. He has his first court hearing tomorrow.
So listening to that, right? I don't think that's a reflection of the step kid. See, because I don't know if you from Texas, right?
I'm from Louisiana. Moved to Texas.
Oh,
Come on now,
yeah,
man.
you moved in
Louisiana.
Texas.
Yeah.
I'll be in Texas in 30 days, but that's neither here nor there, right? So, the problem is this could have happened with no children involved. This is something that I think that we're trying to say that this happened because he was a stepfather. No, this happened because you had a deranged ex. Unless we talk about men getting virgins, right? Unless we going back to the biblical days, a woman can get with a man and the man doesn't like her next boyfriend. Matter of fact, I've even heard people on your panel said that they'll snap, ain't got nothing to do with the kids. So I want you to understand, this is not, we can't put this on the man that was the stepfather problem. Now, first of all, I don't think he should have been over their house. I'm trying to figure out why he was over there anyways, right? That's crazy in the first place, right?
Well, the story is, right, for the people who just came in, the story is this man and this woman have been married for 5 years. They went through a tough patch in their relationship, and they separated for a while to cool heads. Yep. While they were separated, trying to get their shit together, she met another man, had sex with this man, got pregnant. Then she went back to her husband while she was pregnant, reconciled with him, had the baby. The baby only 9 months old. And now you and your wife took a break. She got pregnant by another man. Now you're helping her take care of a baby that she got pregnant while y'all was supposed to be healing and coming back together. And now
that's not a stepfather. See that's what I'm trying to understand. That he went into that relationship with that woman before the baby was even there. Now, me and you are on the same page on this. Okay. He should have never took the woman back. If a woman want to leave, you let them go. Listen. This is the one thing I tell people. I tell people all the time, I never divorce my wife, but I never hold nobody hostage. Anytime somebody want to leave, I'm letting them go. And I'm telling you, walk out that door. If you think I'm gonna chase you, I promise you, I don't run. My running day is over. I ain't chasing you, right? Listen. But no, what I'm saying is that it wasn't that he was a stepfather. Do we hold this woman accountable? First of all, because
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
She brought a level of chaos to their marriage.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it is. That is
Agreed.
chaos that she brought to the marriage. But then for me to look at the child and say it's the child's fault that his daddy was crazy and this woman got with this crazy man. We can't put that at the foot of the child and the step. Like the part of the stepfather can't hold that. Now, do we say that? I actually think the woman should. She went out. I know for a fact that man she was cheating with is the total opposite of this music teacher. She went out and found the hood dude. That's what it sounded like. She went out and found the hood dude, and this dude decided that he wanted to shoot and all this kind of stuff. But I do think she made poor decisions. We need to hold her accountable for her decisions because she put her husband in a very bad situation. I think it's a great topic. The step part is just not part of the topic for me. What you think, BMU?
I'm with you. I think that the woman brought chaos. I think while you and your husband was on a break, you knew you wanted to be with your husband, but you wanted to go have a little fun. And you went out, had fun, and what happened? You got pregnant. This man took you back and raising a child that you got pregnant with while y'all was on a break. And the man that she slept with is angry enough to kill you. I believe, this is what my wifey said. Wifey said, I think the hood nigga probably was still hitting that thing.
Yeah, possibility. Well, because if you heard the story, you can play it back. But I was listening intently. It sounds like the husband showed up at his house, and she was there. So like it's a lot. It's a lot in this story that we ain't talking about. So the first thing is, it sounds like he put on his cape.
Yep.
And he said, I'm going to save her. This is what I hear. He said, I'm going to save her. He knocked on another man's door, JT. He went knock, knock, knock. He said, I know this nigga ain't out in front of my door trying to take my woman and my kid. That's what it sounds like. And then you heard them firecrackers, as they said, JP, Papa, Papa. And guess what? Music teacher was dead. The music teacher should have never been there. But like I said, I just can't hold the step part. This is a chaotic situation. It ain't got nothing to do with the kid. These some crazy adults, just in my opinion. But I do understand, BMU, why you tie it to stepfathers, because this can happen to them if the quote unquote the baby daddy was on that same type energy. I do understand that.
Absolutely. JT, what's going on, my brother? Oh, you muted.
Oh, he was sounding so good. Why you telling him?
Yeah. He sound crazy, man. What's happening, fellas?
What's going on with you, boy?
Not much, man. What's going on, Eat a Man? No, I didn't hear. I think I seen a clip on IG. That was basically it. But I seen the video. I just saw it.
Yeah. It means he went over to pick up the baby. It was their weekend to go pick the baby up. He went to go pick the baby his wife was sleeping with another man with. And that man shot his ass. What are your thoughts, brother? I'm listening. I'm going to grab something real quick.
Yeah, that's why I would never even go over there. It was in my opinion, it was already a volatile situation. When it comes down to situations like that, it had nothing to do with who was the stepfather, who was not. It was two men that was in chaos. That woman brought a lot of chaos to both those men. Neither one of those men should even be with her, in my opinion. Neither one of them. Because
go ahead.
Guess what? Guess what? One man is dead and one man is in prison, and she's still out. And guess what's going to happen? She's going to end up getting another man.
That's a fact.
So it's the fact of them not even being honest with one another at all. It's just a bunch of people just doing irresponsible shit.
Well, I think, let me speculate a little bit. Can I speculate? You say speculate a little bit, right?
Hell yeah. I know, but go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm trying to figure out what happened, because it sounds like to me that he didn't want to give them the baby. It sounds like, this is what it sounds like to me, right? and I'm speculating. I want to say that first because people say I be speculating, and that's what we do on YouTube. We do a little speculating, right? And I think what happened, that woman went to knock on that door, and she said, "Hey, I came to pick up my child." And he said, "Nah, the child's staying with me. You ain't taking the child." I think she walked her happy butt back to that car, and she told that music instructor, "Hey, man," he said, "we can't get the child." That's what I think happened. And then that man said, "Let me put on my Superman cape. That child leaving here today with me." He went back to that door. That man looked out that peephole. He said, "I know they lie. I know you lie. You got another man at my door trying to get my baby." And I think he shot that man.
I think so too.
I think just hearing the story, because I'm trying to figure out, why did you even get out the car? Now, we've been having a whole different conversation. He was sitting out in the car, and the man came and shot him in the car. I'm like, you shouldn't have been at the house. But now I give you, it says he was outside the car. And it sounds like he was out there barking at somebody's house. And me, you know, from the military, you don't go to nobody's house unless you prepare for that type of thing. And if that were my child, stepping on, I ain't going to nobody's house to talk to them about their kids. I would have told her like every other civilian, "Hey, you know what you need to do? Call the police. If you want to get your child back, call the police and tell the police to go get that child." But the problem is, I wonder if his name on that birth certificate. How did they quote unquote? What was this shared custody? Because it's another thing people do. People like, "I don't want to get child support in there. I don't want to get the state. So we're gonna come up with this mutual agreement." And then guess what happened when the mutual agreement breaks down? You have problems like this. So I think he was trying to be Superman. Without a doubt, I think he went to go knock on that door, and that man said he put some lead in him.
And
Yeah, it's definitely.
Now, JT, what are your thoughts? You married to a woman, y'all on having differences. After y'all have differences, y'all said we're gonna split up for a while, right? This is the story that's coming out. They split up for a while just to cool heads, get their life together, come back together. While they were doing that, she met a thug nigga. He blew her back out. She got pregnant and then went back to her husband while she was pregnant.
Yeah.
Had the baby. The baby 9 months old. So this nigga was there with her at the doctor's appointments and shit. The husband. Right? The side nigga say he want to have visitation rights with his daughter. So he got rights with his daughter. He in her life. But the man come over to pick the baby up with his wife. The nigga said, "You ain't getting the baby." The woman said, "Give me my baby." Well, naturally, a husband gonna be like, "Hey, bro, come on now. Don't do that to my wife. This her baby too. Nigga, this ain't your baby." Pop, 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 pop.
Oh no, I think he had more words than that. That music instructor ain't say, "Come on." He wasn't trying to reason. I think he was.
Yeah, I think it went beyond the baby. So first, I'm trying to fathom this in my head because I'm just not built like that.
I ain't either, nigga. I ain't taking your baby. I ain't gonna be rubbing your stomach and your feet and you pregnant with another nigga baby. I'm sorry.
It's over with. It's a wrap. Once you done tied with that man and especially had the baby with, if you had sex with him, I'm done anyway. It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Because we were supposed to have been taking a little break and head's supposed to be prevailing, and then you went and had a whole new conversation. I mean, a whole new relationship. You weren't worried about me. So it'd have been a done deal anyway. You know what I'm saying? You was concentrating on somebody else. Now, let's go ahead and go into this part right here. Okay, say that I did take her back. She get pregnant. She had the baby. That baby going with that man. I'm not. We ain't. That baby is his.
I'm with you, boy.
I like that. I like that. And listen, hey, check this out. Hey, part of the agreement is let that man be a father. He wanted to be a father. That's the chaotic part. Is he was fighting, regardless of how bad he is, because I do think he's bad in the situation. He was fighting to keep his baby.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I done heard men on this panel say, "Hey, you come between me and my baby, it's gonna be some problems." You know what I'm saying? I done heard that. So that's kind of the hard part about it, is I think that should have been part of the negotiation. If you go, I think he should have just got enough wife. I know JT gave him an olive branch there. But if you go take that olive branch Hey man, go ahead. You messed up. Part of like making you be accountable in this situation, you got to give up on control of the baby. I'm down for that.
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
what we're gonna do is I'm not gonna take her back. I think it, and rest in peace to this man and to his prayers to his family. But
He
I'm
do
not.
look a little desperate. That
Yeah,
man looked.
bro,
He
you
looked a
take
little desperate.
Can you imagine, man, your wife getting pregnant by another man and you in there rubbing her feet, telling my baby you uncomfortable, you need something? What the fuck, boy? I don't see how weak niggas do it. These niggas weak.
It's more to the story though, black man. He had like for a man to have that conviction to take him back. He did something in those 9 months. I don't know what it is. Listen, I know. They said he was a music teacher, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put that out there, right? Listen. It's something he did in that 9 months that he felt that whatever he did was equal to what she did.
Yeah, well, and then he coached the high school football team too. He coached the high school football team too.
Yeah, but he was still the chorus teacher.
I think either man is on to something. He was just as guilty himself. Like, it just so happened that he can't get pregnant, and he probably had a relationship that he had cut off, and he figured that she probably would do the same thing, cutting it off. Come to find out, they got to talking. We both was doing some fucked up shit, and and then another day comes where she sit back and was like, well, I got something I need to tell you. I ended up getting pregnant. You know what I'm saying? And they had this conversation, and this nigga is like, well, I mean, we both were doing some wrong shit or whatever the hell they was talking about, because I'm trying to fathom me taking her back pregnant with another man's.
Bro.
But he might have taken back until after the baby was here.
Man, pause for a second, guys. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I know a man right now. I've been knowing him for probably 18, 19 years. I used to work with him when I was 18, 19 years old. He is the uncle of the girl I'm about to tell you about. She went to New Orleans for her girls' trip. She was engaged to be married to the guy, the nephew. She had fun, got drunk, got fucked up, fucked a nigga in New Orleans. Got pregnant. Don't remember the dude that fucked her, don't remember nothing. No information, don't know the man from kitty cat dog. He went and told her husband, babe, I made a big mistake. Guess what happened?
He took her back.
On their wedding day, she was pregnant. He married her.
Yeah.
On her wedding day, she's standing at the altar with twins. She got twins with another nigga. She at the altar with 2 babies in her from another nigga where she cheated on you. You married her anyway. And he raised these twins like they his own kids.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, so but was he? How long was he having sex with her? How long? Was he having sex with her too in that time? Because I know a dude in a situation like that, and he said, "Well, I was having sex too, so I don't know that it ain't my baby." He think just because he was in there too. Listen, I'm telling you, like it is crazy. Like it's crazy to think this thing. I would give grace to a man to take a woman back while they was married that cheat, before I would give grace to a man that literally was cheated on before he got married.
Amen.
I'm just telling you, I give a little.
I was at the wedding. They did the washing of the feet at the wedding. After he did the washing of the feet, they took a bowl. She had a cup like this, like a real pretty decorated glass with gold. He had one with gold, and it was both filled with salt. And the pastor who was doing the wedding told both of them to pour the salt into the bowl. He said, this represents oneness. He said, sir, can you pick her salt out of the bowl? He said, no, I don't know her salt from mine. He said, can you pick his salt out of the bowl? She said, I don't know. Well, here's from mine. He said, that is oneness. And we're bringing you guys together. They did their vows. He said, I have something I need to say. I'm at the wedding. He says this to her. I know what happened. I just want to tell you that I forgive you. And she said, for what? He said, for everything that you've done and everything that you're going to do in the future. That's what he told her. Guess what the women said? Or guess what the women said, JT?
Oh, he a good man.
Oh, girl, I can't find nobody like that. Get the fuck out of here, man. I'm sitting in the back like this.
Well, he might have forgave him, man. Listen. Listen. This the thing is, we don't be knowing what be going on in these weddings, man. Like me sitting down with some of my friends, and we don't know. Like I'm just saying, you don't know that they got a woman pregnant too. Like you can't get. I get that we hear these stories and we always think that the one person is the victim in the situation. But what I have learned by having these conversations with people, hey, she got somebody pregnant, he got some, but you only can see her sin in the picture. You can't see his pin in the wedding picture. Now I ain't telling him to do it. Let's be clear, black man.
Yeah.
I ain't telling him to get married. But I have seen people rationalize things like this because I know, I'm telling you, I don't want to get into it, but I've seen some dudes who do some really messed up stuff and they rationalize it because they feel like they just as dirty as them.
Oh, my. Well, I know ain't no man on this panel right now would do that shit.
No, I ain't taking you back.
Nah,
Listen, it's already hard enough for us to get married. Listen, it's hard for us to say yes to the right woman. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's hard. So, but I think that's hard to, because I think sometimes you just be like, just let it go, especially before marriage.
Yeah.
Like, I was known for that, JT. If you gave me a reason to leave before we got married, I'm like, you already gave me an out. You know what I'm saying?
The wedding's off.
Yeah. Now, but I do think it's something different once you become covenant with a woman, right? It's something a little bit different, right? And I'm not saying that give you the reason to take anything in any type of abuse. That's not my point. But once you in covenant, I think that process is a little bit more challenging than before you become in covenant.
So JT, I'm finna let you cook. I swear to God, I got to get this prayer out first.
Let's have a moment of silence for every man who tried to turn a hoe into a housewife. Okay, bow your head with me, please. There we go.
But I'm gonna say these two things. I'm gonna let y'all cook. Two things. My homeboy. Shout out to Mike. He's moved on. He got another wife. He's good. Him and his wife were together. Mike is a good dude, hardworking dude. He don't party, he don't club, he don't drink his ass at the house. He a homebody. He in that fucking lazy boy, or he out in the yard doing some housework, putting up a fence or some shit. Like that's his shit, right? He said this is his thing. He said, I remember this. It broke him, y'all. I ain't never seen a man cry like this. That man cried like he was in a funeral. But he brought the phone. He said, I'm telling y'all this because I trust y'all. I said, okay, Mike, what's up, man? He said, man, my wife cheating on me. I said, oh, no, man, come on now. He said, Reagan, her name was Reagan. He said, Reagan cheating on me. I said, oh, man, what happened? He said, I'm going to let y'all read these messages. E-man. This woman said, the dude said, have you made it yet? She said, no, not yet. She said, but you wrong as fuck. He said, wrong for what? Question mark. She said, you nutted in me. He said, no, I didn't. She said, yes, you did. She said, I feel it. She said, now I got to go sit down and have dinner with my husband with your nut in me.
What'd he do? That's my question. What'd he do next?
You making my stomach hurt, man.
He read this like months later. Like he saw this in her phone months later. So he was literally he remembers that the night that they had dinner. He said he went home. They were kissing and having fun and
he ate her out. Oh Lord!
Oh
Dang.
my God, bro! I couldn't. And when he found it in her phone, he left her. He filed for divorce immediately. Immediately, he was done. He didn't want to talk, bro. And just and then also this is the last one. Do y'all remember the man that went viral? Where he said his wife got T-boned by a garbage truck and it paralyzed her from neck down, turned into a paraplegic. She was at home. He was bathing her. The anniversary came. He wanted to bring her more memories. He said, damn, I don't really have a lot of pictures. She had a lot of pictures in her phone. He went in her phone and seen text messages. The man in her phone said, baby, hurry up. She said, I'm on my way. She said, I just ran into a little traffic. You know, my husband be talking a lot. When she was texting her side nigga when the truck hit her. He looking the phone through their messages. He's seeing dick pics. He's seeing pictures of her sending pictures of herself naked, lingerie, talking about she can't wait to taste this nigga again, all type of shit. And guess what he did? He rolled her in her bed to the front door and told her mom and dad to come get this bitch.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about. Listen. I get that, but I don't know about that one. Like I get that people say she did bad in the past, but her being a paraplegic, I don't know about that one. That's something I would have to seek God for. Now, I get JT said he leaving in all situations, but that one I'm
gonna walk up to the bed. I'm gonna wake up, baby. I'm gonna tap on top of the fucking.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That one.
I'm gonna show her the text message. I'm gonna say, look here. So this is what you got. You became a paraplegic for a side nigga. You out this hoe.
So this is the thing though, BMU. I wouldn't do her dirty. I wouldn't do her dirty. She's already a paraplegic.
So you gonna
now the thing is
keep
this.
bathing her and taking care of her?
I might, yeah.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
From a monogamous point of view, we having a different conversation, JT, about the being monogamous.
No, there's no more of that. This is the thing. There's no more of that. Just because of what she did doesn't mean that I have to get out of my body. This is where it comes down to the point, because at the end of the day, that's a whole different dynamic now. What I will do though is divorce her. I will divorce her, but I would make sure, because I'm not going to take care of her for the rest of my life. Exactly. I will make sure that she's good. Yes, she's going to her family. They're going to have to take care of her because I am going to divorce her. No doubt about it, but I won't do it dirty. Just won't do it dirty. That's just not what's going to happen.
When you divorce her, where's she going?
No, he said he'll set up arrangements. Like he said that, like, well, the point is, like, I wouldn't put her in a situation like put her at the front door, somebody come get a knot and just leave it there. That's not what I wouldn't do that. Like, I would still serve her to the end of my, like, I would still wash her, bathe her until the divorce is final. Now, I know people might look at that different, but I would serve that woman as long as I was married to her.
But what he did, y'all saying what he did was wrong. He said bathed her, rolled her to the front door, called her mom and dad and said, come get your daughter.
Did they come?
No, I mean, that's right. So that's how he handled it. I'm just saying, I'm looking at it from my point of view. This is one of the things that we have to also understand too. These things that we see and we observe, we are not that far removed from that shit, man.
Yeah, you right.
Shit like this so I'm looking at me within, right? I'm just not gonna do her dirty. I'm not gonna do her dirty. She's already at a point where it's gonna be tough for her for the rest. Especially, you said she was a paraplegic.
Yeah, nickname.
Yeah, that's a whole different life. So I have an opportunity to get another wife. I have an opportunity to get another life, be back, but why would I have to do it dirty? You know what I'm saying? She's already in an unfortunate situation. So, but I'll still take care of her as long as I'm still married to her, but I definitely will be getting those papers and we will be getting a divorce. No doubt about it.
She can say, JT, I can't sign. I can't use my hand, JT. JT gonna have a sign with a mouth.
There's always. She gonna have to do something. Because she was out there being defiled and she was being deceitful and all these different things. And that's one of the ways. And I'm not a Christian, but I deal with the principles and everything from it. So my whole thing is that the vows is that I can break those vows if that woman was getting defiled by another man.
No, but that's the story. See, that's why I said that's a more tricky one. Because she didn't get defiled by the man based on the story. She was on her way to get defiled. She was on her way to see it. I know you don't like. Listen, I know JT.
If that nigga said baby, that means that nigga was already coming with her. He was already inside that.
You said that was her first trip, JT.
That was not her first trip, baby. Nah, I'm out.
Funny. That is funny.
But I'm not doing her dirty. I don't have to. I don't have to do her dirty.
Man,
You know what I'm saying?
that's a terrible way to go out, man. And I think they're in their early 20s too, like 23, 24 years old.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing that you was talking about, the one where because you told me that story before, and that's a bold ass fucking story right there, bro. Like,
yeah, she said, I'm going to dinner with my husband and your nut in me. Yeah.
It's just I'm not dealing with, bro. I'm getting the fuck away from you. If I find out, listen, I've done it before. If I ever inkling that your ass has been defiled by another man and you've been cheating on me, I don't have to have proof. I don't have to have proof. I'm getting the fuck away from you. If there's any other person that's in our relationship, and if I find just a fucking text and you out there being common with that motherfucker, I'm out.
Yeah, I get that, but so and I know what both of y'all men stand on these tight conversations, right? But do you believe it's a difference in this situation that this woman continued to deceive this man? The only reason she admitted to her wrong is because she got caught in that situation, right? Versus a woman who owned up and says, hey, I got too drunk, whatever the situation is, and she have a level of guilt or remorse. Do you look at those women different?
No.
Oh, that's interesting.
Let me tell you why. Because I look at a certain decorum for a woman that I'm with, and one of the things that there's no compromise is if you have another relationship with a man after me and you already agree it's us exclusively, and I find out that happened, I'm out. One of the reasons is because I'm gonna either be in a fucking cemetery or in prison messing around with your funky ass. You don't put somebody else in our relationship, period. Because this is the problem.
Your woman had that nut in her, and then you went down there and ate that after dinner.
I get that. No,
niggas.
No. I 100% understand what you're saying. It's a difference between I am apologizing because I feel guilty for my actions, or I am repenting for my sins, and I am apologizing because I got caught. Those two things are two different things from my perspective. And we truthfully and honestly, well, JT, he know what he gonna do in every situation. I think just for me, I believe that I would have to be able to collect all the information and make a rational decision. But I look at relationship different than most men.
Yeah.
So hold on. Go ahead.
So the thing is that it's not an easy decision for most men. Reason being is because you're tied to that woman. You done had sex with this woman. Y'all sat there, ate together. Y'all done shared a lot of things together. You know, so it's not an easy thing. But my whole thing is this. I look at a woman that if she respects me, she will not do anything to cause me or potentially cause me harm. Period. That is deliberately causing me harm when you're allowing another stranger into our relationship, especially when I don't know who that nigga is. I'm done with you. If you told me, hold on, Eda man. If you told me that you and you said back and you said, I have to, let you know I did have sex with someone else. And if you told me I was drunk and I was out of my mind, that's another reason why I cannot be with you anymore. Why would you be out here in the world, out here doing shit that you know, being inebriated and things like that? You don't respect me, so I have to leave you. Period. Fuck the love shit. Respect. You don't even respect this unity that we have, and that's just what it is, man.
Well, no, the reason I say that is because I understand that people grieve differently, right? And I'm not giving nobody excuse, right?
Yeah.
Nobody got no excuses. I can see a co-parenting in the same house without me having sex with a woman. Now, I understand most men cannot look at that. Listen, most men feel like he got to have full access and all of these things, right? when I look at, and most men, like I said, y'all have the right to feel that. When I look at my 5-year-old, when I look at my 3-year-old, when I'm making decisions, I'm not making what's best decision for me. I'm making decision best for my, and I'm not saying that I'm gonna stay or go. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just breaking down this. I'm saying, how am I gonna set these kids? Because I have an obligation to them. And I get that people think that you can parent from a distance. I'm not knocking that. But I am going to run every situation through my head and make the most rational decision that I can. But I can see myself. Go ahead.
So hypothetically speaking, E-Man, you and your wife, God forbid, because y'all have a great relationship. But even though, what happens if, God forbid, that you and your wife are no longer together and your wife meet another guy and that guy saying, E-Man, you can't get your kid this weekend. I got plans with him.
Well, I think that's the power of being married. So the power of being married. See, people don't understand the power of being married. Before we dissolved our situations, the court already told us what our agreement was. So who give a fuck what he say? You don't have that power. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the difference between you being married and you having a baby mama, before we divorced, like before we separated, we already came up with a parenting plan. We came up with something that by law I can hold her accountable for. So that's the difference. That's why I think marriage do benefit men. All right, baby, I love you. That's what I do think, that marriage do benefit men. I think, but once you get divorced, yes, you said it's gonna cost something. Y'all should already negotiated your time when nobody else can come in from the outside and now tell you and dictate your family.
So if she get with another man, he has no rights to tell your son what to do or when he gonna go somewhere or
No. So this is what I believe. I believe that I can't control his house. I can't tell that man that my son need to go to bed at 8:00. That's his house. I only can control when my kids is with me. So if we already negotiate, say 1 week on, 1 week off, that's the norm in Washington. We do a lot of 50-50. I know a lot of people got 50-50. I know the rest, I know the South is catching up. But in Washington State, it's usually default. If both parents not on drugs, it's going to default after a marriage to 50-50. Yes, it might be some child support involved in that, but it's going to be like, you have the kids for this week. She's going to have the power to do what she want on that week. And that man, and I don't think that's ideal situation. That's what I'm saying. I would start having conversation I believe and that's what I said, most people are not like me. Most people are not mature like me. I want to come back to the negotiating table and negotiate what this new relationship look like. Can we stay in the same house and I stay in the Airbnb and you stay in the main house? Because I have a mother-in-law suite. Like, I would literally come to the table and have a conversation. And I know most men are like JT. They say it's no conversation to have. Fuck this shit, I'm out. And I respect that decision too.
Yeah, it's it's just different ways on how we approach it. But the thing is that no matter how you do it, it's a hard. You have to work that shit the fuck out with yourself before you can even work it out with anybody else. And the reason why I say that is because something like that, we about to break up because you fucked around on me and shit like that. Most motherfuckers are nut the fuck up.
Yep.
I'm not gonna do it because that's too easy, right? Because now there is more confusion. It's more, you know what I'm saying? Everything is, so you know how people look at it, black man, she was wrong, but you was wrong too, type of shit.
Yeah.
So if I'm gonna be wrong, I'm gonna control the way, my wrong is gonna be. I don't want to talk to you. Well, we gotta be able to talk to each other. No, we don't. It's over with that part right there. When we communicate, it's going to go through the courts. When I communicate with you, it's especially the first thing, because I already understand. Now I understand the court system. So we got to get a mediator before anything else. We have to be able to get this shit because I want to dissolve this. I don't want to talk to you. You can't convince me. So that conversation we don't never have to have. Our conversation now is, if we have kids, absolutely, how is this going to happen? And when you start talking, so this is where it gets real bad. because they now are in their feelings too because y'all not together. So everything that you would come up with, she's going to combat it. And she already understands that when I combat it, it's more and more and more confusion, right? So if I fall into that whole thing with arguing with her and doing all these crazy ass things that people do, they get into it and motherfuckers get to arguing about coming to pick up their babies and shit. Somebody is going to the motherfucking morgue and another person is going to the motherfucking cemetery. That shit is real shit.
But listen, JT, I might live in a fairy tale. Let me state that first, right? I might go in the house. Thank you. I might live in a fairy tale, but I live with a woman that is so mature. I have never been with a woman that's like my wife that's mature. We can have some really tough conversation. I tell people this and people think I'm lying, JT. Me and my wife have never had an argument. So
I wouldn't think that you're lying.
Yeah, but so
if she is what you say that she is, bro, I believe you. I've observed it myself.
So me not being able to sit down with the table, and I'm not saying that we wouldn't make it official, we wouldn't get mediators, we wouldn't be able to have these conversations. I just think that me and her can sit down and talk. And I understand that everybody don't got what I got, so I understand why people say that. We can sit down and have a car. We can have a coming to minds. We can have a point where we have the conversation, and then me and her can. Because I have seen this. Because I'm a mobile notary, right? I have seen people before they get divorced. Them two write down everything they want. I done seen them walk to the office. Hey, we already agreed. We don't need no mediator. We ain't giving this lawyer all this money. This is what we agreed upon. And they divorce in 30 days later because they too are just people who have who's not so heated. Like it's not that that's all I'm saying is I believe, like I'm saying, because I've never been in this situation, JT. I believe that me and her could at least come to a meeting of the minds.
So if you already are fulfilled, and I'm gonna let you go in, Antoine, in a minute. But if you already are fulfilled in life and you can accept the unfortunate that way, I can see that happening. I've seen it's a small amount of people that I've seen. But for the most part, when people are dependent on one another to get out here in this world and somebody fuck that part up, and you just have someone like me, I don't even think it's men like me that would just say, I'm just going to dissolve the whole motherfucking thing. I want to get the fuck up out of here as fast as I possibly can. I want to get the fuck away from you as fast. Most people would sit back and be like, fuck that bitch, you going to suffer, right? You suffering, and I'm going to find out everything that I need to find out to make you suffer. They would go into the court. They would try to tell the damn judge like they on a goddamn TV show where this person cheated on. I'm not doing none of that shit. I'm letting the lawyer speak on. I'm going to do the best thing that I can, and I'm about to move the fuck on. Most people can't do neither one, which you just illustrated and what I illustrated. For the most part, people act like adolescents when that shit is happening because they're witnessing not only the death, but the mourning and the funeral of that relationship. And a lot of people don't know how to act when it comes down to that part right there. That's what I'm saying. So when you're talking about what we're talking about right now, it's unfortunate that you would have men that they don't know what to do when they're faced with that situation. I think what Black Man Unfiltered just illustrated with the video, that man was still trying to do right. He was still trying to do right, and it costed him his fucking life. That's basically what it was.
And I say this, and we'll let Anton get into this. And I done seen it. I seen my wife reach out to her my two oldest kids' father and say, hey, would you like full custody? And he declined it. You know what I'm saying? So I done seen the type of person that she is. Right? So imagine, like I said, it's just a different. Imagine she said, hey, check this out. I just want to let you know I'm moving on with my life. Would you like full custody of the kids, JT? If you want them, I'll give them to you, right? Like the level, listen, the level of maturity that I seen with her, I don't think most women can get there.
But that's why you go. I'm gonna stick a pin in that, either man. And I want to come back to that because there's so much that we can build off of that, bro.
Go ahead, man.
You sure?
Run with it, man.
Okay, so let me give my honest opinion about men taking on full custody. My brother BMU, that's my man is out cold. I've heard his story. Shit is inspirational and everything. However, I can tell you out of 100% of men that would have the opportunity to do it, I would say only about 30% would even take that on. 30% probably would take that on. And out of that 30% that would take that on, let me tell you what they won't, what they will not have. A woman. Men understand that they can't just be parents on their own. Most men will have a relationship based off of, I also need someone to help me with the load of my kids. Why? Because most men would rather be at work. Yeah. They would rather be with a spouse when they're taking care of kids. We had, I don't know, Eda, man, if you was on a panel with me and we were talking about who would be better taking care of children, women or men. I had to really think about that because the men that does take care of their kids, it's a very nominal number of them. So it's hard to even get statistics off of it, right?
Right.
I believe that if we had enough men, say if it was 50-50, right? Men and women, I believe that it would show that women can take care of kids better than men. That shit sounds weird, but bro, when I kept thinking about it, I said, no, you sparked it because I've known women that said, well, do you want full custody of the kids? I'll do. And niggas was like, fuck no. You think you gonna go out there and get that pussy and be out there hanging out in them goddamn streets and shit, and I got these fucking kids. And I said that no, it wouldn't be a lot of men that would sign up for it. I believe that. What's up, Tommy B, man? What's popping with you, homie?
Sure. Tommy, do you know about this story by Marlon Sanders?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna play the video one more time.
Okay.
For the people that just came in and yourself too. So hold on just a second. I'm gonna play it for you.
I'm gonna respond to what you said after this video, JT, because that's a.
All right, here we go.
He was a beloved music teacher known for impromptu dances in school hallways. But tonight, a Port Arthur ISD teacher is dead, and his wife's former lover is accused of killing him.
The shooting happened in a neighborhood off Beltway 8 in Northeast Harris County yesterday morning when police say the couple went to pick up a child, but it ended in gunfire.
KTRK-TV in Houston sharing this report with KFDM. Maya Shea spoke with neighbors about the teacher tragedy.
Hey, what's good, Port Arthur?
In a Facebook post about voting, a bit of the lovable teddy bear personality of teacher Marlon Sanders shines through. The Port Arthur School District sharing that he was a beloved music teacher and football coach, but just after midnight Tuesday morning, Sanders was shot and killed here at Blue Timbers Court. Amber,
stop it! Hold on, just a second. Pause it. Yeah. He was at this man's house after midnight.
Yeah.
I did not catch that the first time. JT, I did not catch that he was at this man's house after midnight. That changes a lot, JT. Okay, you press play. I was like, after midnight? Hold up. After midnight? Oh, that's crazy talk.
Here we go. Yeah, watching TV, and all I hear was a woman like screaming, saying, "Gary, give me my baby, Gary, give me my baby." And then, of course, I'm still hearing it, and that's when I heard like 2 gunshots. And Right after that, that's when the woman was screaming, "You shot my husband! You shot my husband!" I look out there, she doing CPR.
Gary Davis.
Harris County Sheriff's investigators say the Gary involved is Gary Davis, the former lover of Sanders' wife. Court records show the wife and Davis dated after she separated from Sanders. They had a baby 9 months ago, but then she reconciled with her husband. Records show the couple came to Davis's home to pick up the baby, but he was upset.
It's tragic, it is, because of the situation that happened. But we knew that gentleman there that lived there to have a lot of anger issues.
Investigators say Davis stormed out of the house and shot Sanders. The beloved music teacher and coach died at the end of the driveway. Neighbors can still remember the moment.
It sounded like firecrackers, but super, super loud. Like they sounded like so close. Like it kind of had my ear ringing a bit. That's what it sounded like. It was just 2 shots.
Davis remains behind bars tonight. He has his first court hearing tomorrow.
All right. Tommy, what are your thoughts, man? We talking about, how harmful it is. Like, for this woman to be married, take a break tell her husband, hey, I need a break for a little bit. Me and you gonna take a little break. They take a break. While on break, she get pregnant. She go back to her husband while she pregnant, had a baby, and now she's sharing it with this baby with her side nigga. And the side nigga get mad and kill that nigga when he come to pick the baby up.
Yeah, that's it's hilarious. We can see your light switch, JT. But
oh yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's wild. Yeah, I see it. That's crazy.
Mind your business.
My nigga.
Wait for him to say he can see your light switch.
It was bothering me. I'm looking like that don't fit the background.
Right.
That's a lightweight kind of crazy situation, to be honest with you. Especially because that's just so it kind of shows you. I always think that women say they intuition and stuff, but it never kicks in when you messing with a crazy nigga like this.
Yeah.
You never seem to see it. Even sometimes, like when you're a brother or a friend or something, you trying to explain to them, like, yo, this nigga, like they'll fight you about it. It's like, but y'all the ones that's supposed to have the intuition. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I would be interested to know what the little fight was about. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if he was still stuck on her or what the situation was, but yeah, that's unfortunate. That's the dangers of, when y'all break up and then, they end up moving on with somebody, you never know who that person is, et cetera, et cetera. And then for that situation, for that person that then turned into a BD is crazy. Like that's a wild situation. And then for the neighbors to say that he's known to have anger issues, that kind of shows you that everybody knew he was crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, to come out your door and go ahead and you know what I'm saying, and blast homie like that. That's, you know what I'm saying. But Tommy, the issue was with the baby. That's basically what it was. She was coming to pick up the baby. My thing is she's back with the husband. Oh man, did they have kids together? Did they have kids also?
Yes,
they had kids also. So she's back. She gets back with the husband. She already had the baby. The man had the baby, and she here arguing over picking up a baby after midnight. I can understand his frustration probably because he like, first and foremost, I told you don't bring your ass here. Secondly, it's 1 o'clock in the goddamn morning. I'm not about to get the baby sleep. You know what I'm saying?
More than likely the baby sleep.
Yeah.
Damn. Listening to you, it do sound like it was on some petty shit, to be honest with you.
It was definitely on some, but this is the thing. She was in the car. That was her husband that she cheated on with that guy that she was in the car with.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So,
because what I was saying, I don't know if y'all remember this. It was years back. Me and Eden Man had a back and forth. You remember that, Eden Man?
Yeah.
So I thought that was a lightweight, that kind of situation. Then when I heard, I'm like, oh no, this is some ghetto shit. Like, what?
Yeah.
The,
Now
we
I'm
split
justifying the
up,
shooting.
double back. Like, I'm not justifying it now because I need more
I
details
am.
on what's going on. Like I said,
I
listen
switch
to
sides.
listen to JT and like you catching that it was like 12 in the morning. It's like that sounds like some petty shit because there's no situation I can see outside of like work, right? Like I used to have to drop my kids off or pick my kids up at 4 in the morning because their mom had to go to work. So what I would have to do is I work night shifts. So I would get off of work, go pick my kids up, take them home. That's the only type of situation I can see you picking your kids up.
Yeah.
In the morning. Outside of that, what? And he's a teacher, so he wasn't going to work there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it sounds like a petty situation, and it sounds like a petty situation. Like I said, the way that the neighbors described them, it sounds like a petty situation. With
Them hoes lying. No, Tommy, he need me as his lawyer. Them hoes lying. He seen some big grizzly, bro, in his yard at 1 o'clock, and he was in fear for his life and his baby. He didn't know what they had going, because it didn't say that she got shot. It says that a man, we don't even know if this man know who the husband was. It says a man was at his door at 1 o'clock in the morning. He got his kids in there asleep. Nah, I think this self-defense. I done changed the size.
They split, right? He goes messes. I mean, she goes messes with him, and then she double back. She definitely know who that nigga is. On top of that, you're pregnant with my kid. And you're back with, I definitely know who this nigga is. For
No,
sure.
they talked. Them niggas
no,
talked.
They didn't. No, this is what I'm telling you is
I told you when I see you, nigga, it's up.
No, I'm telling y'all.
You think I'm lying?
JT, we don't even know if she told the shooter about her husband. Y'all assuming.
No,
right. See, I'm telling y'all wrong.
I'm just saying you got to throw some. Look, even if it wasn't introduced, that's a big nigga to try to hide. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
yeah, he big as shit.
Sound like he was pretty popular around the city as well. Like,
yeah, he was.
He sound like a fool. He sound like he was on that Tommy B time at 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't care what nobody say. You show up to somebody's house at 1 o'clock in the morning. You ain't talking. You ain't doing all no talking at no 1 o'clock, Tommy.
In that conversation, I was taking the role as the shooter. I wasn't the role of the nigga pulling up. Nigga.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm just telling you, a dude, because the question that I kept trying to ask myself is, just say I was stupid and I end up in this situation, Tommy. I'm in my ass in the car. Yeah. What I'm at his door for at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, he was at the door?
Yeah, he went to the door.
After she was knocking on the door telling him to give her baby. So, but this is the thing. Perhaps that what you were saying, Eden Man, could be the story that he didn't know. But I'm a steer on the side that he knew him. Let me tell you why. Because the baby evidently was going back and forth from him to her. Right now, this is the other thing.
I'm gonna tell my husband.
The guy that she had the baby with. The guy that she had the baby with probably didn't even know that she was going back to her husband, and that nigga had feelings for her. And when she was just like cutting it off, he was like, well, give me my motherfucking baby then. You can leave and go back with that motherfucker, but I want my motherfucking baby. And so when she having that conversation, now understand, she was laying it all out to her husband. If she told the man that she's pregnant, if she told the man that she was fucking around on him, she told the man who she was fucking around with.
Hey, I'm telling you what happened. I know, JT. I feel like I was there now, JT. That crazy nigga went across her head and knocked some sense into her ass, and then she wanted to go back to her husband. I'm trying to figure out what made her want to go back. I know what made her want to go back. That nigga hit her. He said, man, I wouldn't get treated like this by the music teacher. That's what he said. I had a good man. I need to go back to my man.
This is part of the conversation. I told you, I said, me as the kid's father, I'm gonna be willing to go further than you was just being a nigga taking care of my kid. It's just
yeah. I'm just telling you straight up. Hey, Tommy B, if I was the music teacher, there's no way I would have showed up to another man's house at 1 o'clock unstrapped.
In order for me to even be back with her, though, Tommy, I would told her she got to get that baby to that man.
So
You gotta
Tommy,
get that baby. You gotta get that baby to that man.
So let me ask Tommy a
When I
question.
pick my kid up like that, please believe I had 2 of them on me, and I was parking strategically every time I picked them up.
Right.
I'm saying, Tommy, I ain't saying you wouldn't have shot me. I'm just saying I would at least try to hit your house. I ain't saying I would have hit you.
No.
But something would have been shot. There's no way I'm going to get shot out here by myself. I can't go out like that.
But Tommy, let me ask Tommy a question though. Tommy, you with your girl, y'all go pick the baby up. Your wife come back to the car and say, Tommy, he won't give me back the baby.
I stay out their business, dog. That ain't my business.
You're not going up there?
Tommy said, get your ass. Y'all seen Friday? Tommy gonna be like, why you up here messing with these people? Get your ass back in this car.
Hey man, I gotta say, I did make that mistake also. I also made that mistake earlier when, you know, me and my ex-wife, we was, you know, dropping the babies off and stuff like that. And I was like, bringing, you know, whoever I was with at that time and all that shit. Nigga, I had to stop that shit immediately because that shit, it escalates. That's the last thing we need to do. And this is the thing for anybody that's going through whatever they're going through when it comes down to the kids and stuff. You keep those current people that you have a relationship with out your business with your kid's mom or your kid's father. You keep them out of your fucking business. The only time that they should even be able to be in those businesses is that when you guys gradually walk each other through it, if you're planning on marrying that person. Other than that, keep them the fuck out of your business when it comes down to that. Because they will use that shit against you too if y'all break up.
JT, you wrong. I'm all in this, nigga. I'm in the group text message. I don't know what JT talking about. Listen, when you communicate to him, I need to see the message. I know you ain't gonna have no secret conversation.
You ain't gonna be standing outside the house with no shirt on talking about
peace. I want problems always.
But again, see, and this is the conversation I'll be having. Dog, if I'm dealing with you and I'm worried about that, I'm not dealing with you. Period.
Yeah.
Point blank. But I stay out of people's business. Like I don't, because one thing that, and I always hold on to this, you never know both sides. 99% of the time, you're only getting her side of it. And of course she gonna make herself the victim.
Facts.
No different than when he's talking to his chick, he's gonna be the victim. I stay out of it, dog. It ain't my problem to deal with. That's what the baby with. Y'all handle that. And don't bring that shit back home either.
Facts. Facts.
I move, dog. Like that's how I stay out of shit, dog. Like I don't get in shit. You know the niggas that get with a chick and immediately they exes, they enemy. Like, nigga, what is wrong?
Right.
You know, that's the energy that a lot of these niggas be having. I can't do it, dog. Like straight up.
These niggas be trying to be Reggie Hammond.
Okay.
It's a new sheriff in town.
Post like that. The only reason why, and I ain't even get in the middle of it, I just got prepared was because that shit started coming towards me. You feel me? And we got that situated real quick. But outside of that, if it ain't got nothing towards me, I don't look. Y'all got history before me I don't know about. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm not like Edie, man. I'm not all in y'all conversations and shit because if I can't trust you, we ain't together anyway. So,
but y'all broke up a little bit. She fucked him while y'all was healing.
Yeah, no.
You know what?
Hold on, before we move it.
Healing.
I can't hear Tommy for some reason. Let me cut it up. Say something, Tommy.
You probably have to go out and come back in.
I can hear him now. I can hear him. He was just low.
Okay.
No. So no, I know.
Right back, black man.
All right.
I know a lot of people that have dated women with kids, and I tell them the group message is one of the most powerful things you could do. Get in a group. Tommy, just because I'm in a group message, don't mean I gotta respond in a group message.
Man, you're not putting me in no motherfucking group message. Straight, like if my BM came to me talking about a group message, you got me so entirely fucked up. That's out.
I'm just telling you. I'm telling. Well, you said no, Tommy, because Tommy B, he said he's a
fuck that shit.
No, Tommy B said he's the 30%. He ain't the 70%. Because Tommy B said if his BM came to him and said, "Hey, I want to give you full custody of kids," he gonna take the full custody. So
matter of fact, my daughter coming with me this summer. She lost her goddamn mind in school. So she's straight out here.
So no. So Tommy's different because Tommy is saying that he's willing to take 100.
You talk about the niggas that don't want full custody, but
Yeah,
still
so
want to act like
I see you, JT.
if you want full custody, get full custody. I'm for that.
Yeah.
I'm for like you do what you want to do with your kids. Listen, your kids.
Because remember the conversation we had where it was like, well, if you want to just take them, I'm like, yeah, I don't got no problem with it. But now I get what you're saying. Most of these niggas, they won't take full custody, but they still want to control your house. So I get what you're saying.
I don't have a problem with taking full custody. Like my wife knows I'm the more hands-on parent than she is. She doesn't have a problem with that. She knows that. So
that's so rare. That's so rare. I promise you. Most of these dudes, they ask them, why am I echoing? Is it just me, or can y'all hear me echoing?
I can't.
No,
I
you good.
can't hear you echoing. Yeah, you good.
It's just me. Okay. All right. So I'm just saying most dudes, if you ask them to take full custody of them kids, they gonna say no.
no,
Most. No, I get you special. No, listen, I get you special. But if we was to pull up court cases and a woman would look up, I'm telling you, in court and say, "Hey, question, can I give you full custody of these kids?" The dude gonna say, "I gotta work. I ain't got time to take care of these kids, especially if he don't have a woman." Most of the dudes are not gonna take these kids full custody.
Hey, you know what's crazy, man? And this is gonna sound weird. I think you'd be surprised how many that would, and I think I'd be surprised how many that wouldn't. At the same time, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's one of the things where I could probably go to courts and find a whole bunch to show you, like, no, and then you could go to courts and find a whole bunch. So I think it's kind of a interesting thing to look at because I mean, I think you're right. I don't think there's a bunch of dudes out there that's just like clamoring to take care of their kids. Unless they have, say, like a woman that's with them that can help them with that task or whatever. You know,
Well, the ideal situation for most dudes, I can have my kids when I want my kids. They don't want their kids when they don't want their kids. Yeah. So that's the only point that I was making is if you say, hey, you're gonna be the full parent, you're gonna be, especially in most situations, those guys don't get the child support. Hey, you gonna be the one that's 100% in control, and you still got to provide for these kids. Most dudes say, "Nah, I opt out of that. Let me just get them every other weekend."
Let me ask this: is that the guys who can fiscally take care of it, or are those the guys that can't? Because I think the guys that can fiscally take care of it, I think they actually would. Because one thing I try to have a conversation with a lot of people about is nobody ever talks about. Because I can tell y'all about it, man. That first night not living with your kid anymore is a fucking rough one, bro. That first night, that first week, that first month is like sheesh.
But you arguing from the parent that's already involved. Because I think if he was already involved, like he'll take the kids 9 times out of 10. I'm talking about the people who got pregnant. Most of them do like, nah. Because you gotta say all of them in that window. And I'm like, they were like, nah, man. Hey, summer, cool. Every other weekend, cool.
No, I see what you're saying now, you man. Like we was just smashed and he just happened to pop up. That's one thing. Like when I had my kids, I wanted my kids. Like even though it necessarily wasn't. Well, no, because I planned my first one, so no, I actually wanted all my kids. Like it wasn't necessarily like scheduled, but when they popped up, I wasn't like, oh my god. Like I'm like, all right, cool, let's rock. You feel me? So yeah, I think that's an important distinction. Is you got some chick, she fine, y'all kicking it for a couple of months. Damn, she popped up pregnant. I think those are the type of niggas that they ain't, because they didn't sign up for that job. But I think the niggas like both of my BMs, we was together for years before we had kids. So it wasn't this situation of I just met her, shit started popping. Damn, she popped up pregnant. Oh shit. Well, I guess we gonna keep it type of situation. So I see what you're saying.
And I think age matter too, because asking a 21-year-old versus a 40-year-old, that's a whole nother conversation.
So let me ask Tommy B this. So Tommy B, the situation that we're talking about the whole Marlon situation, I want it to be Tommy B right now. I want to hear Tommy B. You're married. You and your girl have an argument. She said, I'm going to my mama's house. You go to your mama. I mean, you go back to the house. She can move in with her mama. She said, I'm staying with my mama until we get better. Until I want to, we get back together. While she at her mama's house, she's sneaking around with a thug nigga around the corner, letting him blow her back. She get pregnant. And she said, you know what? I want Tommy back. What does Tommy do? Does Tommy even take her back?
No, that's over. And listen, it ain't even no ill will, but I'm not That's out. I just that's that.
So
Because
what do
you
you
made
call a man that does that? What do
you
you
made
say?
a temporary situation permanent. I can't. I'm not a judgy type person. You feel me? Just because I won't do something, don't mean that the next man won't. Me and y'all done had conversations about the girls' trips. I don't care.
I
Y'all
blame
care.
my mama.
I don't judge y'all for caring.
I do too,
You know what I'm saying?
E-Man.
Yeah, our mama say, "No, you can't come over here. You need to take your ass back home." See, that's the problem. People got places to go. You
That's
say,
true.
hey,
That's
so that's the thing is,
take your ass home and fix your house. Yeah.
yeah, but that's the old school way. They ain't gonna let you come stay with them 6 months because they know what that division do. So if
Yep.
y'all working stuff out, I get y'all don't want to talk to each other, but y'all need to stay in
And
their house.
knew about old boy. She ain't kidding. Like mama knew about old boy. Mama knew she was out there
like this. I remember
because she didn't come home a couple of nights. You know what I'm saying?
Come on
Like,
now. Come on now.
I think that music teacher knew too. He had his ears to the streets. He knew somebody was beating that white down.
So
he knew
because I got to remember it's in the mind of a marriage, not just a relationship. Because in my head, I'm like they taking a break. I'm not but I got to know the terms of their break though. Was it a we taking a break? We can go see other people, or is it we taking a break and we trying to work this out type of situation?
They were trying to work it out. That's what they said in the news. They were trying to work their marriage
But
out.
I'm saying between them, was the situation with her saying "do okay," or was it like I said, sneaking to do it?
No, I don't
like
think
that.
it was sneaking.
Figure out.
Yeah, I think she was sneaking. I think she
I
was
don't
sneaking.
think so. I think he was doing his thing and she was doing her thing. They both, but she just got pregnant in this situation.
In that situation again, I wouldn't go back to it, but I'm not mad at you because we had an agreement. I was like I said, I'm doing my thug thing, you doing yours. I'm not mad, but I'm not taking. But I'm not. You made this shit permanent. You get what I'm saying? Like
Right.
if you
Exactly. I
split,
agree.
you do your thing. You don't bring nothing back. No disease, no kids. We can work through that. You're not. I'm not going 18 years again. I say this to so many people.
Yes.
Hard enough with two people in a relationship. We're struggling, and it's just me and you in a relationship. You gonna bring another nigga in?
Yeah, that's just wild.
That just takes it to a whole new level. Now, I remember something like this happening here in Jersey sometime back. Ironically, my best friend, who sadly passed away a few years back, he knew the people involved. These two people worked at Prudential Center. He was a cook at the restaurant there. She was a waitress. He and his wife were having issues, so they separated. Talking to her, she's like 18, 19 years old. This dude's in his 30s. So they're talking and everything else. They're getting it in. They're kicking it, so on and so forth. At the same time, the wife wants him to come back. He wants to try and make things right with the wife. He decides, okay, I'm going back to my wife. He goes tells a young girl, she ain't happy. At the same time, she ends up pregnant. So now she ain't happy that she just lost her boyfriend. She's pregnant. She's stuck raising this child by herself. So her and her cousin went to the house, saw the wife, deleted her while their kids were at home. They both got caught. The cousin snitched. She got a good deal, said that it was so-and-so that did it. She went to trial. She was found guilty. She got sent to jail. She goes in labor while in prison. They take her to the hospital. She has the baby, but she dies. When they contacted the father, he signed away his parental rights. Plain and simple. I can't raise this child. I don't want my kids to know that this child's mother killed their mother, deleted their mother. So, and this child deserves a fresh start. So he signed away his parental rights, and the child was put in the system. She's now, as far as I know, she was adopted, from what I've heard from people I know. But other than that, that's about it. And that was the case that happened. Oh God, about a little over a decade ago.
And that child was his, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if he in the wrong state, just because you sign your fucking parental rights don't mean that you sign over paying child support.
As far as
that's the whole situation, though.
As far as I know, here in Jersey, I think once he signed away his parental rights, that was it. That was it.
I don't know why y'all be tripping about that little child support, boy. I swear.
No. It had nothing to do with child support. he just because he already has kids. He's raising
little child support.
Yeah.
Hey, honey, either man think everybody rich like him.
E-Man trolling the shit out of y'all. Don't let him do that.
All I'm saying is, if I only had to pay a couple $100, I want to be clear, and they have to pay all these bills and all this stuff I take around, man, shit, that's a deal.
Yeah, that sounds sweet, Either man. That sounds real nice, cuz.
Hey, BMU.
No, I'm just saying, if you weren't involved, father, I just want to say this. If you weren't involved, like, in your kid's life, paying for everything in your kid's life, I promise you child support is cheaper. I promise you that.
Hey, either man, just off my refrigerator, nigga.
Yeah, like, child support is a discount.
But see, that's the problem. Like the problem with the idea of child support is a lot of people think that once a nigga is paying child support, that's all you do for your child.
That is all you do.
No, stop it. Hear what I'm saying to you. Especially when we're considering a child at a certain age. I pay child support for a teenager. That does not stop her from sending me cash app
requests. Yeah,
I tell her no. Ask your mama for it. See,
no.
Ask your mama for it.
I'm with you, E-Man. I'm with you, E-Man.
I tell her, well, you put me on child support. That's all you get. I don't care what nobody say.
Man, you go to the white man for your money. You stay with the white man for your money. Yeah, I agree with you.
That's goofy as hell. Because your daughter asking you. Your daughter asking you for $40 to go to the movies got nothing to do with her mama choosing.
Ask your mama. She got it. I just sent it to her. I just sent it to her. Call me what you want to call me.
Here goes cash if I want to hear.
I feel like this. I ain't paying.
That's your fucking mama.
I don't have.
That's why. Hello, black man. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look you in the eyes. I'm gonna say, you sure you want to include this white man? I'm telling you, include this white man. I'm gonna follow the rules of the white man.
No. I'm gonna be solid with y'all. He right. And I got that from Pops because my Pops, my older brother and older sister got a different mom. Same thing. Pops over there buying furniture, this, that, da. Somebody got into Mom's head. Oh, take that nigga to court, get some bread. They went in, they hit him, and then she thought she was still gonna be getting that. And Pops said, "Oh no. Whatever that white man told me to give you, that's what you get. No, ask me for shit. Period, point blank. Now, when my brother and sister came to my crib, they got shit. But as long as they're at your house, nigga, I'm paying my part of your household. That's out.
Yeah, I want to be clear. No, I take my kid to the movies. Hello, I take my kids to the movie with me. I take her to get some popcorn with me. When we go out and we at the mall, I'll buy you some shoes. But once you leave my custody, you leave my money. And I don't care what no nigga say.
E-Man, if the judge say, I'm going to go worse than you, E-Man. If the judge were to tell me some shit like that, hey, $1,500 a month, $2,000, $1,500 a month. But you get all cash apps closed. I'm not sending out no cash apps. I'm not doing nothing.
Let me explain this part of it too.
No, I'm still spending time with my kid.
I'm not spending time, but I'm saying I'm not giving no money.
I'm speaking, and I'm sure Edie Man's speaking as guys who are heavily involved in their kids' lives. Yeah. So more than likely you went to child support on some petty shit. It's not like I'm not doing shit for my kids. They went to child support to get me the support. No, we're talking about men who are doing their part and taking care of their kids. And because either you're bitty, petty, or just plain out dumb, you think you can get a better deal with them.
Yep.
So you signed up for this. I didn't. You decide. And I'm going to tell you how cold the court is. So me and my first BM, we already had an agreement. And then she ended up signing up for, I think, Medi-Cal or some shit like that. So I guess apparently out here, they got to come after you for the child support if she do that. Mind you, she wasn't getting like no cash, nothing to pay back. So I'm on the phone with the child support, be like, so y'all not getting none of the money if I give y'all child support? She said no. I said, and why are you on my phone? Oh, well, sir, man, when I tell you I cussed them people out 57 times, so we ended up going to court. And the judge is like, so you already got an arrangement? I'm like, yeah. And my BM was like, yeah. And she's like, so why are we here? I said, I've been asking that for the last couple of weeks. They've been calling my phone. So then she goes, well, ma'am, are you sure? nigga. I'm
Yeah,
looking
yeah,
like,
yeah.
so luckily, you know, my being solid, she was like, "No, we good. Like we got a situation." And then I always say I don't have child support. Technically, I do. My child support is zero. My order is $0 a month. And then I just take care of their insurance. But what I'm saying is, as men who take care of their kids, my dad was a man that overly took care of kids. Like I said, this nigga was buying furniture, all kind of shit. And then to still get taken to court, that's supposed to be for niggas who don't take care of their kids.
Right.
It's not supposed to
Right,
be
right.
to punish a nigga that's already taking care of their kids.
I
So
agree.
as a man that's taking care of their kids, if that's the situation you want to be in, then that's the situation you picked. We had a situation before you went there, and I thought it was perfectly fine. But you said no. I want to see what they're gonna give me. So guess what? You get what's behind door number one, because that's the door you picked.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm doing school shopping. I'm buying bikes. I'm buying trampolines. I'm making sure that she got food in her refrigerator. And I'm doing all this on my own. But soon.
Oh, he got a call.
He got a
I'm
phone
gonna
call.
say it like this too.
All this shit sounds sweet.
Hey, Hunter Watt, I'm telling you, bro. If the judge tell me $1,200 a month, $1,000, and I've been taking care of my kids, giving them money, taking care of them, and I've been giving you $2,000 or somewhere near that after you paying phone bill, paying for their sport, especially if they're in sports. Oh my God. I don't think if a man involved in his kid's life and he paying for AAU fees and fucking football fees and fucking 7-on-7 and fucking all this shit, you think that if you, like Tommy said, you're going to be better out sticking with the agreement we have rather than doing child support, because child support not giving you the amount based on their fucking fees for AAU and all that shit. They giving it based on what your income is. So if I've been giving you $2,000 for this, $2,000 for that, or the AAU fees, like my daughter, oh my God, it would not, man, she gonna she would ever make a mistake.
The women think child support is what these niggas act like child support is gonna be, right?
Right.
They think it's this nominal number that's just gonna change their life.
Exactly.
But most people only make a certain amount of dollars, so it's only so much you're gonna get out of me anyway. So you got all of these niggas acting like they get put on child support, they gonna go bankrupt, and you got a lot of women thinking if they put a nigga on child support, they gonna hit the lottery. Both are untrue. You get what I'm saying? So,
And Tommy, that's the thing. That's why most men say, like E-Man just said, if you go to the white man, you're gonna have to, like Tommy just said, you're gonna have to take what's behind door number one.
Exactly.
And so when them AAU fees come and they $1,700 and you went to the white man and we got 2 kids and I'm sending you $1,500, you on your own.
Exactly. I know. I mean,
It ain't got shit to do with me.
I got a friend that I used to work with. Her and her ex. Their son is in his 20s now. He's an adult now. And they sat down and came up with an agreement. And all they did was go to court to say, okay, well, if you guys got this going, then all right, so be it. And she honestly said the agreement they came up with was a whole lot better than what the court was going to do. And they realized when they sat down and put together this agreement by themselves, it actually made their co-parenting better.
All right, so cool.
Talk to each other about anything. He needed something. She didn't have to go to him. She told her son, call your father. What do you need? Such and such. All right, I'll take care of that. Or she would say, well, so-and-so needs this and that. Okay, I got that. It made it easier for them to co-parent. He got married. Eventually, he did get married. He does have kids with his wife. But it made the co-parenting situation a whole lot easier. And even when he got married and has, kids with his wife, it made the relationship a whole lot easier. It was never really anything tense or any type of issues or arguments or anything at all whatsoever. And sometimes the problem is with a lot of these individuals, with these couples who end up having kids together, and I'm not saying it's simple or easy. There are times you're going to have to just swallow your pride and unfuck yourself. And stop making it about you. Because those are the two options. You come up with an agreement that works for the both of y'all, or you go to Massa, and Massa's gonna make it a whole lot worse. Take your pick.
Okay, so look, I'm speaking to a bunch of niggas that's involved in their children's life. I'm a nigga that's involved in my children's life. I'm on number 5. I got number 5 on the way. Okay, so I'm not just absent to my children. I have 2 children that don't live in my household, that live with their mother, that don't even live in my state. There's reasons for that. I make more money living in the state of Texas than I do in Virginia. If I move back to the state of Virginia right now, that's at least a $20,000 pay cut per year for me. It financially makes more sense for me to live where I do to be able to provide for my children.
No state income tax. Come on.
That's true.
And as a veteran at the rating that I'm at right now, I love it here in Texas. Okay?
Yeah.
Anyway, I say all that to say this. Look, I understand where my situation is because myself and the first woman that gave children to me, there was a very long time where we did not have an agreeable relationship. That co-parenting shit did not work. I swear to you, every time we got on the phone with each other, it was at least a 30-minute argument I had to go through just to be able to say, "Hi, sweetheart. Your daddy love you. I'll talk to you soon. All right." There was a very long time where we had to go through.
But she missed fucking you.
And that's fine. And that's perfectly fine, my G.
That's it.
The nigga who she was fucking instead of me just won't hit in the spot the way that I was, and she was mad because I was giving it to another bitch. That's perfectly fine.
Absolutely the problem.
I completely get that.
Yeah.
But when that happens, that ball that starts rolling, that ball is already rolling. Like it's already there. So now we beefing. You done got food stamps and Medicaid and TANF and Section 8 and all of this shit. Now the state of Virginia, a Commonwealth, they on my ass. So about time they catch me, that number, it's a big number. Even though her and I have come to we have a nice cordial thing there. Now, whenever her name pops up on my phone, I know she ain't calling me for nothing other than the kids. And she know when my name pop up on her phone, it ain't nothing about nothing but them kids. Birthday, Christmas, summertime. It's summertime now, so now we coordinate and change over and shit like that. That's the only time we talk to each other. I pay my child support. I'll pay it with a smile on my face just to get them off of the head, because once I can get to a certain number, then we can renegotiate, get this shit completely wiped off. I've been through this process, all of that. Okay, I'll pay that shit with a smile on my face. And my daughter, when she sends me a Cash App request for her little $20 so she can go to the skating rink, that ain't got nothing to do with me and her mother. That little $20 so she can go hang with her friends at the skating rink ain't got shit to do with her mother.
So what's the child support for?
The child support is for her mother to do whatever she needs to take care of the children. So the food, the gas, all of that shit.
The movie, the movie theater,
the
skating rink.
What's crazy to me is everybody here on this panel just justified paying for AAU fees and all of that other kind of shit if they live in your house. But because they don't live in your house, you're not willing to pay those fees. Okay, so stop.
You missed it.
So stop.
That's not what we're saying.
Okay. We didn't say if they live in our house. We said if we're not paying child support.
Right.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying.
If you go to the white man, you're on your own.
But this is what I'm saying to you. Them kids ain't got shit to do with what your baby mama did.
Yes, they
They
do.
don't.
Yes,
No, they don't. Y'all, all of you. Okay, okay, cool. I'll just mute my mic and shut the fuck up completely because I completely and vehemently disagree with you niggas.
Okay,
My
that's
daughter,
part of the
my
barbershop.
daughter- and that's and
It's
I
for us to
understand
disagree.
and that's fine. And that's fine.
I don't have any exes. I don't have any babies.
I'm just saying to you that I, as a father that is not in the household with my children, I completely disagree with the idea that my children have anything to do with their mother's decision. I would never wish the sins of me on my sons.
I got it. Hold on. I just want to.
Let me ask you one more question, 100. You said you're in a different state, right?
Yes.
So that's also another distinction too. My daughter's 40 minutes away from me. She sees me all the time. So that's also another difference between my situation and yours. Even though you're paying child support, she's seeing you a lot more rare than my shit is. It can't be no less than 50-50, if not more my way, because I always go get her. So now I'm in a situation where 1, I get my kids. 2, I already handle shit in your household and mine. 3, I get her, and now you're telling me, even with all of that, you're still gonna take me there. Go, like, that's out. Like I said, and all of the support she need, when I go get her, she'll get that. And when she goes back to her mom, if she put me in that situation, then you can do that, because again, all of that you were talking about, 100, was getting handled before you went and decided to do that. When you decided to do that, you felt that was a better option. So
Now
cool, live in your decision.
Yep.
It got to be consequences for your actions. This is just how I feel. It got to be consequences. Like I get y'all disagree with it. When my baby called me and said I need $20 to go to the movie, I'm say, baby, respectfully, I'm trying to catch up on this child support because I'm trying to get a passport. I'm trying to live my life, and I'm about to live my life, and I got to catch up. Now, once you get even, if you got some extra money put aside, I'm cool with you doing that. And we're not knocking your decision, bro. You can pay the 20, you can do all that kind of stuff. We're not knocking it. I'm just saying this right here. If it's a debt that I got, you definitely ain't getting $20. It's almost like me sending $20 and not paying my mortgage. If I ain't got the $20, I ain't got the $20. This mortgage got to get paid.
I'm gonna say that this is also the same platform that I sat on, and I seem to be the crazy one for saying that if my grown child lived in my house, needs to pay a light bill.
No.
So the ideas of this parenting shit is wild to me when it comes to having
You say he needs to pay a light bill?
That's what he said.
I'm with you on that. I'm with the, like, well, why you say you was crazy? I must have wasn't on that panel because I'd have been right there with you on that one.
Now, my kids, like I have an 18-year-old daughter that's in college. I'm not asking her to pay no bills.
Me either, bro.
That's just not what I'm doing.
I'm not
I want you to understand. I think your name 100. Hey, 100. We ain't saying what you doing is wrong. I think you just getting offended because we said we won't do what you did.
Oh no, not offended, not offended.
Okay, yeah.
There, when some of y'all are speaking, please understand that I know y'all are speaking hyperbolically, right? But when I listen to y'all, some of y'all have sentences that just sound like, "Oh, I would never." You niggas is what the fuck? I'm listening to what y'all are saying, and the words that y'all are choosing to put together when you are speaking, it sounds like, "Nigga, what the fuck?"
No, we not saying what.
I do understand that y'all are speaking hyperbolically, but I'm making sure that I speak out loud just to say it for the proof of
100 watts. We in the state of Texas. In the state of Texas, I just want to put this out there. If you got children, the state of Texas ain't where you want to be. In the state of Texas, if your kid is 16 years old or younger, and she put your ass on, and you met, and y'all been married for 15 years, and y'all had that, and he been raising the baby for 15 years. In the state of Texas, they can retro back your child support 15 years. Listen to me.
Damn.
Once they put your ass on that fucking back child support 15 years, you immediately in the hole on child support 15 years. That means you can't get a passport. That means you can't do nothing. You $30,000. I'm telling you, because it happened to my fucking brother.
Number one, that's
$30,000 in the hole in 20 minutes. And you think he finna give $20 to go skating?
Number one, that's 36 out of 50 states. And number two, the reason I disagree with you is because Texas has a cap on how much you can get in child support, no matter the income. So that I slightly disagree, because in Virginia there is no cap on.
Yeah, I was about to say, but man,
not the rears.
You got to remember, I'm in California, so
I'm in New Jersey.
No, I just like.
Hold on. What's the laws in California, Tom?
It ain't nice for us.
I'm in Jersey.
But no, honey, I'm not judging your decision to do it. I'm just merely saying I'm not doing it. If you want to do it, I'm not saying you a sucker. I'm not saying, I have no judgment if you decide to do it. What I'm saying is, and this is what I've explained, was if you go to that court, I'm following exactly what that court tells me, because that's where you wanted to decide this. I gave you an option to decide this outside of it.
Absolutely.
You said no, I want to decide it in court because, like I said before, niggas think you're gonna go bankrupt if you go on child support, and women think they hitting the lottery if they do. Cool. You thought you was gonna hit the lottery. You did. Now you got to deal with what you did. Good luck, enjoy, and I'm gonna go ahead and play this need independent for you.
No. But Tommy B, let's be clear. I'm gonna give her more than what child support is gonna give us. So she already gonna be getting more, right? I'm gonna still make. I understand your bills. I understand this. I understand that. I understand the whole totality of what it is, and I'm paying you more. And then you go get the white man, and I'm saying, okay,
exactly.
Yeah. Once you go get that white man, I'm like, all right, you went to go get master. So master now is gonna be your master bank account. So it tell me to send $122.99. You ain't getting one. You ain't getting 123.
Wait a minute, where are you at, nigga? It's dark in California. Where you in Hawaii, nigga?
No, he in Washington State.
I know. Why is this
They
still
ain't that
like
far away
this?
from each other, right?
Yeah, they not.
No. What people don't understand is, so Washington is actually closer to Alaska. So we get like at this time of the year, it's gonna get dark at
11?
maybe 9:30, and the sun gonna be back up at 4.
Because I'm looking out my window like, niggas, we on the same coast.
Yeah,
it's worse. It's worse in the winter because we only get 5 hours of sunlight in the winter. So we got to enjoy it when we do have it. You see, I've been outside ever since.
Either man, I was there visiting a couple of years ago, right? And you know what was crazy? When that sun leaves, like it'll be warm as fuck with the sun shining, but as soon as that fucking sun leaves, it gets colder than a motherfucker, bro.
It always rains.
I'm talking about it'll leave for 5
rain,
minutes,
motherfucker.
then it'll come back. Yo, you like, I don't know whether to wear a damn jacket or take this bitch off. That shit is wild, man.
I used to drive. I guess I'd never paid attention to it.
But I'm still. I want her to know that I still got some level of control of this relationship. Hey, I'll help you out. This, that, and third. And this is the difference between what I think 100 is saying and what we saying. I'm telling her this before she go to the white man. So if she still go to the white man after I done told her this, you chose it for yourself. I didn't choose nothing for you. I chose the rules.
I've had this conversation already. Like, so what you're saying, I've already had it with both.
So this is what I'm saying. Okay, I think we're all in agreement, right? Like there is no guaranteed way to fathering kids. Like there's no guaranteed way to do this, especially once you consider the element of adding a woman into it and staying together, breaking up. You find you a new business. There's a whole lot of elements that come involved. So there is no guaranteed way to doing this. So it's all gonna look different. I think the most important thing is as long as niggas is trying to be in their lives. Like I think we all on this panel agree that it's all gonna look different, but we all agree that a deadbeat is not welcome at all. If you just have no interest in taking care of your children financially or being physically present in their life, you a piece of shit ass nigga. You deserve to get your ass whooped.
I disagree.
I disagree. You disagree. See, again, that's another one of them blaming the mama for the.
No, I did not. You don't even know why I disagree.
Y'all gotta have a conversation though, Hunter. Watch, you gotta have a conversation, bro, because
I agree with you. I'm on E-Man side again because some men out here, if you go, let me tell you, I'm trying my best not to put people's personal business out here, but I've known some people to say, hey, go back and talk to your mama. Stop saying your daddy was a deadbeat and he was trash. Go talk to your daddy. Right?
100%.
She went to her daddy. Guess what her daddy said? Baby, look. Pull his shirt up. He said that when I came to see you, your mama threw hot grease on me.
I remember you telling me about this.
Your mama threw hot grease on my back. And every time I would try to come bring you money or come visit you or play with you outside or come pick you up, your mama said, get your bitch ass away from my house before I kill you. What is that man supposed to do? He immediately becomes a deadbeat in everybody else's eyes when he say fuck her and fuck the kids.
Okay. And of course, in that extreme circumstance, yes, we agree that there is a slated scale there. We can agree to that. But come on, my nigga.
Let me go.
ahead.
There's another video on TikTok right now of a man meeting his baby mama to get to drop the kids back out to the baby mama. He then went and got the kids' hair done for school. Tommy, watch this. He got his daughter hair done so pretty. His son locks all nice and nice. She out there pulling the fucking hair down and undoing the baby hair and fucking the baby hair up and shit. after he just paid to get it done, these ratchet bitches, you get to a point you like, fuck it. Fuck it.
Yeah. So to be fair, if shit ever got that extreme with me,
I'm getting custody. Get custody. Please.
Well, no, yeah,
It's not as simple as you think it is. Just get custody.
Well, no. But what I'm saying is because you got people documenting this stuff,
right?
You know, like what BMU just said. He saw it on the internet, so I'm gonna document this shit. And I'm taking your ass to court. So,
Now, see, but I don't think I should have to fight for my kids. I know that sounds crazy to people. Listen. I done seen dudes spend $500,000 fighting for their kids and still lose. Like this idea. Hold on.
But hold on, Edie, man. We're talking about these extreme situations. We're not talking about it's a cordial situation. He's just trying to get his kids, but it's nothing wrong with the mom. So we're talking about what BMU said. Motherfuckers yanking hair out their head. We talking about motherfuckers getting hot grease through on them. Like,
no, Tommy B, I'm trying to help you understand. You know the person who got full access to their kids, Tommy B, the nigga who don't give a fuck. The nigga that keep running down to the court. Listen, the dude who keep running down to the court fighting, she dragging him. The one who say, you know what, forget this. I'm going to let you do whatever you want. She chasing that man down trying to get him to watch them kids. So I get what y'all saying. I done seen it in real time. When a dude don't care, that's when the woman want to get him access to them kids. And that's a fact.
Yep.
So this is on a standpoint that I look at when it comes down to the whole fighting for your kids type of thing, right? Every time when I was going through the shit that I was going through, every time, I don't care who it was, every time somebody told me you got to fight or you got to fight harder, I wanted to punch them in their fucking mouth. There's no motherfucking way that men, and this is where I have a problem with a lot of men, we don't take out the time to understand the plight that a lot of us have to suffer. And we'll sit back and say that's just an extreme, and it's not a lot of people that goes through it. It's a lot of men that have to fight through their fatherhood. And that's some bullshit for people to say that. The man is fighting, and then somebody tell him he got to fight even harder. You need to fight to the death and all of that shit. That's bullshit. Because at the end of the day, those kids end up being adults. Let me tell you what you don't really get when they turn adults. The gratitude. If you don't do what the fuck they want you to do or say what they want you to say, they think they have the right to also not want to fuck with you. They think they got the right to be able to be, have mouth. They think they got the right to be able to, I'm grown and all this shit. You still got a lot to deal with. One of the things I'm starting to observe with a lot of men is that they don't get the gratitude that they should be getting while they're out here. And I'm talking about guys that are awesome fathers until they're dead. Fuck that. This is why we have to be, as men, we have to establish our principles to keep our motherfucking ass sane. We got to be sane. And a lot of niggas is going crazy because motherfuckers is acting fucking petty. We just had a story of a motherfucker that sat back and said, I would dead you and that nigga. And he was for real about it. Now the nigga is in fucking prison. Now he in fucking prison. You know why? Because the nigga wasn't sane. That's my fucking kid. Why are you out here fucking with me like this? I know that what we did was fucked up, but we got a child right now. Give me my motherfucking baby. Right? Niggas this is what I'm saying. When we start talking about the plight of men and fathers specifically, a lot of us, man, we get on these fucking platforms, bro, and we act like we fucking Superman when it come down to this shit. It's very few people that I've heard that really said some real shit about their fucking fatherhood. It's a lot of niggas that's suffering. You dig what I'm saying? Whole bunch of these motherfuckers is out here suffering.
Your shit, boy. Yes, sir.
Motherfucking, and that child support is the icing on the fucking cake. You got motherfuckers that they don't even have the ability to even own a fucking house because you know what happens when you get arrearage? The shit goes on your credit report. It drops your shit down to 20 points, right? It's a lot of shit that happens with that. Don't nobody want to have to deal with no bullshit like that. And then to be at a point where that you're trying and motherfuckers keep telling you try harder. Hey, bro, this is why a lot of motherfuckers get it. Let me tell you something. Ain't nobody killing themselves no more. It's them little the generation that's the younger folks that's out there doing that. But these other motherfuckers, they ain't doing that shit no more. They walking the fuck away.
Yep.
That's a fact. And then
It's starting to walk the fuck away.
I don't look at a dude as a deadbeat if he messing around with a woman. He tell that woman, I don't want no kids. He expressed that before she get pregnant. He expressed that when she get pregnant. And he said, I don't want to have nothing to do with this kids. I don't look at him as a deadbeat because he's being honest on who he is. And some people say, well, he's the worst thing in the world. Well, why don't he can tell how he truly feels? He said he didn't want those kids and he didn't want to be in it. And she made a conscious decision. This is what we don't talk about, to raise those kids without him.
Yeah, I believe that if you got a guy that sat back and told you that he don't want to have any kids, even if he didn't tell you, the motherfucker find out and you find out that the nigga don't want to have no motherfucking kids, just take care of the kids on your own. It's a whole different ball game because look, if you keep living, you're going to fuck around and find out. You can't wait and want to be in your kid's life after you ain't did shit for them and you didn't have any say-so about how they being raised and shit like that, and you didn't want to do it. So you got to deal with their ass. Because guess what they end up being? Adults.
My cousin told me something dope. My uncle told my cousin, I was in the room, and he asked him why he wasn't so involved in his life. He said, I wasn't willing to lose my sanity for no man, even my child. Your mama took me through the ringer, and she told me that I had to jump through hoops that would have drove me crazy. And I wasn't willing to go crazy. So you can call me whatever you want, because they got a real strong relationship after he got like 17 and he could start coming around on his own. But I ain't like, people don't understand what some women say. For you to see your kids, you gotta do. I know right now, dude, if you don't bring $300-400, I ain't gonna let you see your kids. And some men saying, I'm not gonna do it, that you're not gonna extort me just because we got a kid. But he's a deadbeat.
Extortion. Yeah. I mean, it's a whole lot to go with parenting. It's more than just child support. And, you know, man, I think the rearing of your children and to see them become adults is rewarding. It's very rewarding, especially when your kids become adults and they're achieving one thing after the next throughout their, you know what I'm saying? And then they end up having kids. I think the dopest thing is when once you start having grandkids, man, is you start seeing what this shit is really about.
And JT, I knew I was crazy. Why do you think I had all my kids in my marriage? I knew I was crazy. I knew I wasn't going to deal with certain things with a baby mama. So I said, best thing for me is to get married, raise them in my house where I don't have to go through these problems. But I'm not about to let a woman take me through the ringer. I'm just not.
Yeah.
That's just not who I am.
I don't have any exes or baby mamas either. My two eldest, my wife and I adopted.
But even if you did, this is the thing, man. Even if we did, it's just so many aspects to how kids come about, right? But there is a big effort that you have to put in being a parent. You do have to put a bigger enough effort in there to raise those kids because it's not as hard as a lot of people think. That's where it goes back to, and Black Man, if you ain't got another video or nothing, I want to go back to that point about men versus women being parents. Who we think would be the better parent.
Right. And we can just definitely do that. I believe that we're living in a time where masculinity and manhood is just being threatened by everything. And I'm telling you, it used to be a man. I'm telling you, men used to say to a woman, I don't give a damn we together or not. This what your ass is going to do. And that's what it was. Now, niggas have become bitches. And they won't speak up. They won't say shit. They let these bitches run them over. They don't care. These women just run them over. They just take that unlubricated broomstick right up their ass.
Damn.
And they don't give a fuck. They just, okay.
You know,
right.
and Black man, you know another thing too, that because one of the things is that our personality it really comes out with our, you know, when we are being parents to our kids, right? Like when I hear Tommy B, when he's like, look, this is what it is. He knows how to get along with the woman that he had kids with. He said, this is what we're going to do. She got along with the man. You know what I'm saying? It probably didn't start out that way or whatever. But at some point, it got to a point where, man, being a fucking parent is just, that's what it is now.
Right.
It ain't too hard. It ain't too easy. It's just parenting. You know what I'm saying? And you get a chance to really understand. And it makes us as men, believe it or not, it makes us better. It makes us, when you can be a parent to your fucking kids, it makes you better. And because guess what you got to do when you got fucking, especially when you got little kids. You gotta establish some goddamn rules.
Yep.
You gotta establish some goddamn boundaries, right? And when they become teenagers, you really gotta establish rules because now they think that they're liberal. Now you have to be the fucking conservative. You gotta be the Donald Trump in your goddamn house, right? They ain't no just going in and out that goddamn refrigerator and thinking this shit is all willy-nilly. Get one juice. And you drink that. I bet not see all these goddamn cans and shit all around my goddamn house. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Especially when you got a bunch of fucking kids.
And honey, I tell my kids right now, I ain't giving them no money to go to the movie theaters, and they stay with me. So I know I said to them if they wouldn't stay with me.
And you know one thing that irked me? You know one thing that irked me? When I hear black men say it, when black men say this, I just want to run into them, pop, pop, and give them a 2-piece. I get so sick of hearing, oh, when the child support come, you know, we understand that she got bills to pay. Fuck her bills. Bitch, you're going to have to pay these bills regardless if you have kids or not. I am not here to pay your bills. When Tommy get his kids, do you think Tommy asking his baby mama for the fucking energy bill, for the goddamn water bill? No. What the fuck are we talking about? I don't give a fuck about your bills. If the kids weren't living with you, you still have bills. Shit.
So,
use that money 100% for the kids and stop trying to take your nigga to Disney World.
I do got to push back a little bit on that.
What is going on, bro?
So
I don't understand.
This misnomer that we like to push out as far as like the women were like we got to remember, bro, especially if we like talking about the Bible. The first woman disobeyed the man. So we can't sit here and act like these women were just robots back in the day. And, you know, we said something and they like, we got to stop pushing that too. I agree with you about a lot of these dudes being feminized and stuff.
Yeah.
But to push that point, we got to stop acting like there was a time where these women just did whatever we wanted them to do. Like it just, that just never existed. And I mean, since I've been in this space, I've always kind of tried to push back on that notion just because I found out how my grandma was back in the day and her friends.
Right.
So this bullshit that we was fed and like we know the real, but we try to push back and try to act like, nah, it wasn't that way, man. My grandma really shot my grandfather.
And
like that
really,
and pulled a gun on the pastor. She brought the rolls to the church and she was mad at that nigga. He came to the house to try to get them choir rolls. She said, yeah, nigga, come past it. Like, nigga, they
now,
was
Tom,
out.
let me say this. Now I'm gonna say this too. In the South, though, all right, I'm calling to my grandmother here. In the South, if you fucking played with the men, the people from the church would come over and be like, "Where your wife at?" And all you would hear was shit like this. Unsolved motherfucking mystery. They get them up.
Hey, hold on, nah.
Shit, I'm trying to tell you now, nigga.
Them throwing grits ain't come from the East Coast. It ain't come from the Midwest. They ain't come from the West Coast. Them throwing grits came from y'all.
Yeah, it did.
Hell yeah, it did.
Yeah. So we got something totally different.
Tommy, hold on, Tommy just made me think.
Them alligators is there for a reason, dude.
I know y'all like Medea, but what Medea say? We playing grit ball.
Let me tell you something, Tommy. Let me tell you something. My grandmother, not my mom's mom, she's a sweetheart. But my dad and mama was the complete opposite, right? Shout out to her, heavily home, or whatever. I don't know. I think she went. But anyway, so my grandmother, my dad has told me, he said, son, one time my dad had stayed out all night, got drunk in a bitch, stayed out all night. He came home like ain't nothing wrong. Walked through the door, baby gonna cook some breakfast, like ain't nothing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
He said, my grandma went in the kitchen, put the grits in the pan, started cooking the grits. He said he watched her walk over to her Crown Royal bag.
Damn.
Come over, pour the pennies inside the grits. He said his daddy took a shower, got out the shower, and when he walked in the kitchen, he ain't had no shirt on. He just had the bottoms on. He said, hey, what a plate? She said, hand me them plates over there. He turned around and handed the plates, and she threw the grits on him. Now, does anybody know what extreme heat and sticky substances do to copper? It superheats it.
It superheats it, yeah.
So when it hit him, it stuck to his skin. My daddy said every time he tried to take a penny off, he ripped his skin off.
Yeah, and his flesh. Yeah.
God.
I'm just because
I would have uppercut up that fucking door.
You know, the black women only want to act like this. When we got spicy Latinas, we got the Italians that like women are women, brother.
Who the fuck you think you're talking to?
Always will be. And I told somebody this. I think I was on what's his name podcast? I can't think of it right now. But I said one thing my pops told me, dog, bitch is gonna bitch.
Yep.
It's what they gonna do. Always have been, always will. You know what I'm saying?
Ike Turner's out there though.
Just gonna mess with a girl from the islands, then that's what. Huh?
Yeah, when you so even when you talk about that, you right, Tommy. When the way that you hear people talking about the past, one of the things I don't like is when they say now women have, they got rights and stuff now, and they had to stay with the man. And, the only reason why those women was in a relationship because they had no other choices and all this crazy
I don't
ass
like
shit.
that shit either.
So one of the things I do know, and then when I said it, other people agree with me. I said, well, fuck, my grandmother had 2 marriages.
Yeah, come on now.
Most people's grandmothers had multiple fucking marriages. And we talk about the silent generation. This is not baby boomers. This is the baby boomers' parents. So when you talk about that, think about what we talking about. People that were born in the early 1900s. No, let me go back. The late 1800s to the early 1900s. These are the people that we're talking about. Oh. Women had choices then to who the fuck they wanted to be with. Because when you go to their fucking funeral and you find out that they had 4 goddamn husbands and they had 17 kids and all those kids were not all from one man, motherfuckers find out, hey, the shit that y'all talking about those are lies. Women, they didn't have the opportunities then. They had to just do what men would. Not black women. Not black women. Just like what BMU was just saying. It's a whole bunch of motherfuckers that used to get stabbed up fucking around with these goddamn women. You put your hands on her, you gonna draw back a nub. That came from a woman. It ain't come from no goddamn man. So all of the things that they talk about, yes, that shit is not, motherfucker, it's not as bad then than it is now because they had principles. And gotta remember, most of our people were religious people. A lot of our people had to go through, even before Jim Crow, right? Post-slavery and all that other shit. So they were closer together because times were worse for our people. So they had no choice but to stick together if they wanted to make some out of themselves. This is where the migration from the South to the North and all these different things. So the women and the men, they had the concept because the concept was already in it. They were born into that. Whatever it was that was set before they was there, that's what they went along with. But you out your motherfucking mind and you sit back and talking about women being with men because they had to be with them. You fucking lying to me.
I always push back on that. Going back to what he said is because if we gonna fix these things, we have to fix it from the truth, not from the fables.
Facts.
And so if this is how it's been all the time, then we need to understand how it was dealt with before, if it was dealt with differently, and how we can get back to dealing with it. But if we're going to sit and act like there was this utopia once upon a time, and it just was like, oh, if a man just something it was done. It's like, bro, that time never existed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, it did
sad.
with some women, not all of them. And some of them we said did.
Hold on. Man, as it does now.
I agree.
You get what I'm saying? So it's no different. Like again, you know, I think black, I think it was black. But they had recited the Bible verse and they said, finding a wife is as rare as finding a roof. But we all of us, I think most of us, me, you, honey, I'm not sure if you've been around that long, Antoine, but since 2020, you've heard people acting as if you're supposed to just walk outside and the first woman you see is supposed to be wife material. It's like, that's not how it goes.
They never say wife, though, do they? They always say, he who finds a woman finds a good thing. You like, that ain't what it said.
and what I'm, because this is one thing I've always said is, it's hard to find a best friend. I'm talking just like another guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, so why would you then think it would be easy to find a wife? Like, it don't even make sense. You got these dudes on here that's crying and you know, and it's like, it ain't supposed to be easy. If it was easy, I don't even know if it'd be worth it.
Yeah, and then I want to make this point 100. We know it's some dudes out there full of shit. Now, I want to be clear. We know it's some bad fathers full of crap. The women are trying to get involved. We're not saying majority of the situations is what we're painting. But when you made that point earlier saying, if you this, that means you are this, we telling you that it is a group of people that don't qualify. But all of us know men. Well, I know men. Let me speak for myself. That it's not the woman. He's a bad father. He's definitely that. 100.
And I agree with you, because even my relationship with my father, I've done shows on this very fucking platform with my father. You know what I'm saying? And my relationship with him for a very long time when I was growing up felt like, hey, my nigga, where you at, bro? You just left her here. You just left us here with it. Mama, I love you. Hey, bro, where you at, bro? You just left us here with this crazy bitch, bro. Where you at, bro? I say, cuz, where you at, my nigga? And for a while, there was a lot of animosity that was felt for that, because it was like, my nigga, like it felt like you just disappeared, bro. Like you ain't fight for shit. But because the gratitude that JT was talking about, I've been on this platform and done that for him, in front of him. You know what I'm saying? With my father, to tell him like, yo, when I was a kid, I thought of you a certain way. And with me becoming an adult, us having certain conversations and me being able to experience shit myself, I understand you now, Pops. I appreciate the fact that even though you weren't there the way that I wanted you to, you were still just able to be reachable. You know what I'm saying? Like we had those conversations. So I completely understand. Again, what I was saying before, there is no guaranteed way of how to do this shit, because there are plenty of men that are not around their kids when they 10, 11, 12, 17. But then when that motherfucker turn 24 and they have their own child, be like, you know what? Let me call this ain't shit nigga real quick. Hey, say, bro, where was you at? Damn, you said that happened? Oh, shit. You know what? My fault. That opportunity still exists. You know what I'm saying? So there is no guaranteed way. And I think that there are different levels to fathering, because some men do get pushed out of being a father to their children. I have seen that with my own two eyes way too many times. I have seen niggas that break down crying on their knees in the middle of a parking lot just trying to pick up their child. I have seen it with my own eyes. So I completely understand that it exists. But like you said, I do understand that the other side exists. I've also been at work with niggas who be like, man, when this paycheck come by, I might as well get the new Jordans, nigga. Yeah, but your son's birthday tomorrow. Man, fuck that. Man, fuck that little nigga. I've been around. Damn. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So those niggas, I think we all have a baseline to understand that they ain't shit.
We agree.
We put them niggas all the way, no matter how we can argue amongst each other, because it's always about the fatherhood that we'll be talking about. Yeah. But them niggas,
I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if it's maybe just the way I carry. I've never been around nobody like that. That's that wild. Like I've seen that.
But see, and that's what I'm saying. Like, again, everybody's situation being different. Because again, because I take accountability for a lot of shit that's happened for me in my life. Because I'm going to be completely honest and tell you that there was about a 5-year time period between returning from Afghanistan, separating out of the military and all of that, where I was making a lot of bad decisions.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that came to me like child support because of my bad decisions. I understand how I ended up in the situation that I'm in. So because I understand how I got here, I don't take that on my daughter. So when I'm paying my child support and I'm on time with it, I'm trying to keep the state off my ass, I'm doing all of that. If my daughter reaches out to me and says she wants some extra money, I'll do that because it's not her fault that I'm paying child support. I'm not even completely going to blame their mother. That was a decision that their mother made. I'm not going to completely blame her because I understand what kind of decisions that I was making for about a 5-year period. And when it comes to raising kids, 5 years is a long time for wait for your baby daddy to get his shit together.
Yeah.
No, but see,
I
get that. I get it from your perspective. You saying, hey man, I was just not in the right headspace for 5 years. So I'm almost like making up for that. I get that. Nigga, I'm here every day. So since I'm here every day, she go down there to include those kids, start including them white people in my stuff. I ain't have no 5-year gap. I'm praying. Just went upstairs and prayed with the kids. Like, so when that idea, now you gonna add the white man into my situation? Oh no, you gonna pay for that.
Complete respect for that.
That's what I'm saying. Like in your situation, nobody would argue with you because with you breaking that down, it's like, okay, we do it. But what we and I think we explained it enough, but that I think that's the difference between our opinions when we were saying that. It's like, okay, your opinion, I mean your situation, because I'm not one to say that I'm against it altogether anyway. If I'm saying if it's not and you're still pursuing it, that's when it's like, all right, dog, like you put me in this situation.
And I can't say I'm that far from you because anytime my daughters come with me, I give them money. So I'm not saying that I wouldn't give them money per se, but it's usually it'd be when we spending time. But I send them home with some money. But I just think men got to get this relationship where yes, it's not always with your kids. This is a principle that I think mess a lot of kids. Go ahead, honey.
The part that I do want to make sure is important too is like we're talking about fun, like how important it's something as simple as you being able to go upstairs and go pray with your kids. That's something that's so small but means so much to you. You know what I'm saying? You get to do that. You get to do that with your children on a regular basis. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. You get to do that with your children on a regular basis, right? There's a value that's in that. Like there's something you're always going to be able to have. So for fathers that are not able to be there for their children regularly, there's a hole emotionally, and I think that gets completely swept under the rug. The men that want to be physically present in the men that are trying, like I have legitimately made attempts to get physical custody of my children. I'm not one of these niggas that's trying to duck my responsibility. Is that a small 30%? Do I fit into it? If that's the case, then fine, sure, I'll accept that. But as men that actually want to be fathers to their children and don't have that opportunity to be there daily, it does create a different level of decision making, just trying to fill that emotional hole that niggas have to act like don't exist inside of them. Like
I get that. Yeah,
like,
I think that's fair, 100. And you saying like I can't do this, so I do what I can. And the $20 might be me showing my effort to my kids to say, "Hey, I still got your back." I get that.
Yeah, it's like you were just saying, honey. It's the small things that, you know what I'm saying, that actually is more bigger because they're more settled. $10, $20 that they, you know, especially when you got little girls, it's just at a point where, you know, the thing is that you're trying to make up, you know, for whatever was missing, right? But this is what I always look at too. I've observed it and I've lived it also. You can't parent, and I'm not saying that you're doing it, but you can never parent your children with guilt. You're gonna lose every fucking time. You have to be able, because they want that stability and they want those boundaries. It's just a thing where when a child has schedules, when they have things that is they're way more, they work really, really good. That was what we can come back to it because I want to hear what you have to say, Eda Man. We stuck a pin in it, the whole thing with the mother versus father. Who do we think would be a better parent, right? And so what I'm saying is that I think that men, and I already said, I'm just going to reiterate it because Tommy wasn't here. I don't know if 100 watched you was watching, but I think that men, we know that when we have children, that is a byproduct of our marriage with the women that we had those children with. I think every man understands, or I ain't gonna say every man, but most men understand that children will become better people when we both are parenting them.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? One of the problems that I think that happens is that because of how society is, and we once were kids too, and we were born in this shit, the mindset that we end up having with the community end up getting us to a point where we'll just have children, not with a wife. We'll have children with a woman that we like at the time, and eventually we don't like each other anymore, some bullshit like that. And now everybody is doing this whole women and men thing. I do not believe that if we had the 50-50 with women and men, that if you had men by themselves parenting children, that they would be better than the women parenting them children by themselves. I just don't see it.
I think age matter a lot. I think men are more equipped to manage kids 13, 14 years old because they know how to take a bath. They kind of, have a self of independence. But I personally think that women will, if we look at the majority in your situation, women are better fit to take care of the kid than men. And I know it doesn't sound good. I know we don't like it, but just the small things. I do think some men are, but if we was just to take all the baby mamas and send them kids to their daddies, like straight up right now, I'm just saying, me personally, I think that the women does better, but that's just my opinion.
Now, I can honestly say this also. I think we know it. This is why you will always have men in relationships. Think about this. When you hear a man talking about now, they wouldn't date a woman that have children, right? You don't really, and you can actually see it now that it's more men that's kind of like avoiding that whole thing. It's not a lot of them. These niggas are still out here dating women with children.
Absolutely.
But it's very difficult because with children, actually us as men, women are more drawn to us because it's social proof, right? Oh, he treats his kids well, then if she got kids, well, I think that he probably would be able to treat mine as well too. And they start seeing it because you got social proof of that man, not just being some old creepy ass nigga, right?
Oh, she was just a crazy bitch. I ain't that crazy as that bitch.
Yeah, but we already understand. Like I said, if you had a lot of men that was like, look, the woman was like, I'm giving you the child, that man is still going to be in a relationship.
But I think it's vice versa. I think men like women with kids. Listen, I know the internet. We get on the internet and nobody nobody dating baby mamas. Baby mamas out here by themselves. Nah, I think men are attracted to fertile women. When they see that woman that had a baby, especially got a little cute baby, and he start fantasizing about what his baby looked like. But we won't tell that.
Yeah, but they would have the kids. That's what I'm saying is that they would have the kids with those women. What I'm saying is that women would actually marry a man that's taking care of his own kids. First and foremost, that man will make it look good to be married to him because he like, shit, I got to get back out here, this goddamn make this motherfucking money. And it's very difficult for me nurturing. Now, like you said, Eda Man, to this point, once they're 12 and up, probably at 10. Oh, shit. Parenting is easy for him. You know what I'm saying? Especially if he got 3 kids. He got a 10-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 14-year-old. Nigga, that shit easy than a motherfucker.
Jeez,
You know what
all
I'm
I gotta
saying?
do is get you on the school bus on time. Fucking cheese.
This is what happens. I come home at 6. They already at there. They already doing their homework or whatever. We had that shit up under, but that shit with the little ones, you can't do it.
Now, of
you
course,
got someone that,
of course,
like,
you gotta follow up.
Oh, mischievous. Yeah. They gonna take advantage.
You got one of them that's a liar. The The 10-year-old be doing some bullshit. Okay, you gotta watch that little nigga. You gotta look at his
nigga. When you got a bunch of that's absolutely true, bro. But especially the more kids you got, the more you see that you're gonna have that one or two. It's always that one where you be like,
I got one right
what the fuck is wrong with you?
I got one right now.
Everybody else doing what they supposed to be doing. This nigga is out here. I gotta go find this. When I find him, I'm about to kill his ass.
Hey, motherfuckers had to put shit on the tires to make sure we
chalk blocks and shit. And
they would put something on there, and they would know because he got it from my grandfather that if the car moved, because we wasn't looking for the motherfucking twig on the tires, we
Right.
that motherfucker gone. So you come back. So
and he
when my
made
car-
sure the only way that it could go, he put it in the tread too. Make sure that the motherfucker can't fall. Yeah.
and document the mileage.
Yeah.
This shit we not even peeping. And then you know, so where y'all been?
Yeah.
What you talking
So,
about?
I think
Yeah.
people ain't as deep though as we try to make it sound. Like people like processing it. Man, dudes getting with baby mamas, women getting with baby daddies, and that's a fact. And then they try to justify it. They're hiding it.
That's preaching against it. We don't want to say no names. Been a couple of them, you know what I'm saying?
This has always been my thing. You better be serious when you talk. Again, that video illustrates some fuck shit. That shit is crazy. But when you get in with someone, because my whole thing has always been that you better know what the fuck you getting yourself into. First and foremost is because you do have kids that are involved in this shit. And people end up, when you start blending families and stuff like that, bro, I think it's just, I think you right, Eda, man. I think people talk more about that shit than what's really going on, because we can all go outside and we got friends and families that got blended fucking families, bro. We got motherfuckers that's taking care of fucking, they dating, especially if you my age, nigga, but you good though. If you dating a woman that's close to, because they got grown ass kids and shit. So the only thing you got to deal with is when the grandkids come and visit.
I think the worst thing, I tell people all the time, the worst thing you can do is to become a stepdaddy and not have a man-to-man conversation with that father. So me and Tommy was having this conversation. I would sit down with Tommy. And the situation me and Tommy was talking about, we had a whole conversation about it. I'm going to understand what's the mindset of Tommy. I'm gonna say, hey Tommy, how you feel about disciplining these kids? Like we gonna have real. He's like, hey man, I don't want no other man touching my kids, this, that, and the third. And I'll say, all right, Tommy, I agree with you. I shouldn't even be put in the situation that I gotta touch your kids. Hey, if I can talk to this woman, this me and him talking. She's not even there. A man-to-man conversation. If I can talk to this woman and I can get you full custody, are you gonna support my decision in taking these kids so you don't have to put yourself in that situation? If that man tell me, nah, you not about to dictate how my house is run. Listen, you could beat your chest and say, like I gave you the opportunity to have full control. This partial control, if you want us to be involved, now you got to be able to agree with some rules. And there's some people, if they crazy, men need to say, hey, check this out. I can't deal with your baby daddy. I gotta go find somewhere that makes sense to me, because your baby daddy crazy, and I know either he gonna die or I'm gonna die. One of us is gonna die. So why would I even put myself in that situation?
The issue is you don't.
My wife and I got together. People were surprised we didn't have any kids. So like, y'all don't have kids? No, we don't have kids.
Is he just low to me? You low, Antoine.
You can't hear me?
You low.
Okay,
you better now, but you
better.
It's real low.
All right, let me turn it up a little. Let me turn the mic.
Okay, yeah, you good.
All right, there it is. Thanks. Now, people were surprised when my wife and I got together. We didn't have kids. Like we had no strings attached, and people were shocked. Like, wait, you don't have any kids? And I told people from the jump, if I want kids, I want to get married first, because I've seen the drama when people have kids and they're not married, and then they have to go through all this stuff when it comes to custody and everything else. And then one of the parents or both parents are now dating new people. I've seen the nonsense.
But Antonio,
especially when I was in the army.
No, listen.
I said I'm not getting married until I get out the army first.
I just want you to understand, I'm not a scary nigga. It's a lot of niggas. I was like me. I love this, and this is why people say, "Oh, you should fear."
Right back, fellas.
I got you. People say you should fear what the baby daddy's gonna do. I will sit chest to chest with any man, and we gonna have a face to face conversation. I'm gonna look him in his eye. I'm just not scared. So a lot of people when they try to say, "Hey, this can happen," I'm just not scary, and I feel like I have enough wisdom to make an educated decision. I know a fool when I'm sitting across from a fool. Listen, like that's what
I wouldn't say fear. It would just be making a smart decision. So, like what you just said earlier, I'm not even about to put myself in this situation. Like, look, this situation you in, I ain't got to deal with it. So, you feel me?
No, but that and the one thing about it is the conversation I had with my kids' dad. It was dope. Like it was like me and him just came to an understanding. What I do at my house is what I do at my house. What he do at his house, this, that, and third. He said, "Hey man, if you ever need to reach out to me." But I just think that it's so much deeper than just like I remember the first time I met my wife, I came over, like we was chilling, and she said, she looked at the kids, she said, "Hey, you know what time it is? Y'all gotta go read for an hour." Like it was a level of discipline there that was there way before I got there. So it wasn't like I'm coming to lay the law and I'm about to be this disciplinary and change what's going on in the house. It was already, like I said, rules and regulations. So it wasn't me changing anything. It was I already liked the situation that was there. And I think we don't talk about that much from the stepdaddy point of view.
I remember seeing a video on Instagram, and it was a very funny skit where you had the co-parenting from the guy and then the co-parenting from the woman. And the co-parenting from the guy, the father and the stepfather were real cool with each other, this, that, and the other, so on and so forth. And then when they showed the video of the mother and the stepmother, it was all drama. And I was just laughing my head off like, yeah, that happens about 90% of the time.
Well, no, because I see people who go on vacation together. They got all the kids. He done got remarried. She done got remarried. They
I heard
on,
about that too. I've heard about that too. Like
yes. So they on the Carnival Cruise Line playing cards together, laughing like because it's no animosity. You moved on and I moved on. Where we see the animosity the most at is when that man didn't move on or that woman didn't move on. She's still single and now he got somebody and now he's worried about her because he ain't got nothing to pay attention to.
It's
So like
jealousy. That's what it is. It's jealous that now they're seeing their ex with somebody new and they're doing much better than they are. And now someone's bitter.
yeah, so and that's the thing. That's kind of one of the things that uh me is I wanted to make sure that man done moved on. So for example, my kid's biological father, he's married. Like he got a whole nother set of kids. Like it's so many layers to this thing that we don't really talk about. Like he ain't worried about what's going on over here. He got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old running around. He ain't got time to be, you know what I'm saying?
To your point,
So,
But that's what it is. People, like you said, even they don't sit down and talk. They don't.
So I had and then I go back and like I love my oldest to death, but when I go back to this situation, I was on some eat a man type of time. Like I'm not scared. So I was in this situation where her ex wasn't fully over the situation. And that shit almost like he was known around the city, you know, et cetera, had the rep, yada yada yada.
Right.
And so I guess he had this thing where he would just run niggas off that she would deal with. And so me, I had the eat a man kind of thing. Like I ain't scared. Like what? But like now doubling back, I'm like I said, I love my oldest to death, but she probably wouldn't be here if I had to double back because I wouldn't even kept on in that situation. You get what I'm saying? So, and that's what I'm saying is like, it's not about being scared. It's about assessing the situation and going, why am I even going to be like, it's not even worth it. You know what I'm saying? Right. And I think that's more of what you kind of got to get the mindset of. If I didn't play the situation the way I played it, it could have gotten, you know, crazy. And for what? You know what I'm saying? So I think that you know that's part of the like the male ego thing that might, you know, again it can you either in the ground or in a jail cell, because you want to push the I'm not scared situation. You know what
Well,
I'm
no,
saying?
no, it's not the scared because you kind of yield to what I'm saying if you don't want to take your kids. See that's the thing is,
Yeah, I got
yeah, like so like I let's come to an agreement. And the person say, I don't want to do no agreement with you. Cool, sound like you in the position that you want to take care of your kids.
you.
Then they
Exactly.
start looking at you like they stupid. Tell me they're like, what you mean? I mean, we dropped them off with a bag and we'll see you at 18 type stuff. That's the kind of stuff I'm on, right? And
Well,
then,
we'll pick up on the weekend. You feel me?
yeah,
Look,
if
I
that.
can follow the rules on 2 days, but these 5 days a week and we dealing with school and stuff like that. Yeah, these rules gonna be a little bit different around this motherfucker.
So that, and it's not like I said, it's not about being macho. It's about men having conversations. And like I said, if you know he jumped off the porch, don't put yourself in that situation. Like
No,
I
yeah, yeah. That's what I said about
being scared. You said you made a statement earlier. You were talking about stuff not being that deep. It ain't even scared. Nigga. I'm only $150. Let's just go ahead and work this out now, so we can get past that. I don't even got time or energy for it.
Damn.
And then
I read a book for this since high school.
And look, and especially with the area that I live in right now, we not about to either. It's about to be a conversation so we can grow, or it's about to be some extra shit. So either we can work this out or we can make this extra. I ain't trying to be scared, but we gonna make this quick and easy. One way.
But I also value women past decisions, right? Like that tells me a lot about a woman if her last man was a hothead. I'm gonna start asking myself, what am I here for? Like what I learned about my wife is she's consistent. Like he got his stuff together. Like he wasn't some hothead that she got her kids by. Like so that's the point that I'm making is that
Good point.
like if she made a whole bunch of bad decisions, you looking it's like you talking about you with somebody who used to do drive-bys. I know a lot of dudes looking at that man. The man may be looking at you. Like, what was you going through that you decided you was gonna be with a dude that's game banging and shooting up the club, like shooting up the places? Now that's crazy.
Well, I mean, to be fair though, a lot of that shit, and again, it's not on you because, like you said, even if it was a younger thing, I'm not putting myself in a situation where I got to deal with that environment. But a lot of these situations is a motherfucker who was 19, 20, 21 ended up in a situation like that. And again, like I said, even then you got to assess the situation and is this worth it or not type thing. You know what I'm saying? How much is he here? What does he think he run, etc. So, like you said, man, it's a lot of nuances in there that's not really talked about in them situations. Because, like I said, for the most part, most of the time I've been in those situations, I haven't dealt with the horror stories that a lot of these guys be talking about. And I think part of it's just because of the way I carry myself. You know what I'm saying? Like the situation with my oldest daughter, mom. Like I didn't come in there trying to replace him, and he knew that. You know what I'm saying? Like he saw the way that I moved, that I wasn't trying to take his place, wasn't trying to make his kids call me dad. I even had an auntie was like, they don't call you dad. I'm like, nah, they got a dad. Like, I'm not, it's not an issue I'm trying to press. You know what I'm saying? As long as they respect me, and to this day they respect me, I don't need all of that extra shit. It's when you start trying to push that extra shit that makes the other person feel like you trying to move in, that can also create problems. And I think that's another thing with some of the guys is they get in that position and their ego start jumping in. Now, they trying to plant their flag. And it's like, just keep it player. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm from Oakland, man. We try to be players, man. Just keep it player, play your position. Don't overplay your position. I think that's the biggest part is don't overplay your position. I agree with you, Eda, man. Like, if it's that much of a difference as far as like, your household, all right, G, no problem. I'm gonna holler at her and we just gonna let you have them full time. And if you don't agree to that, well, now we got a whole nother situation. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause now, I'm telling you how this is gonna run over here. And if you don't like it, cool. I'm telling you can have them. So, and I think that's the part of the conversation we can get to when we talk back in the day, though, Eda, man. It's that part. Like,
Yeah, but tell me, B, what you when you give them the option to get the kids and they don't want the kids, it's not about the kids, it's about the woman.
100%.
Listen. If you say I want this for my kids, this, that, and third, and the man say, well, "Okay, cool. You want your kids? You get him." Like, nah, I don't want the kids. I said, "Oh, you still want my woman?" That's what this conversation about.
Yeah.
You
Let me
want to
think
dictate
about
what's
it and shit. I'll get back with you on it.
yeah. You on some other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nah, that's real.
You can definitely tell because a dude that don't want her, he just want to be with his kids. That's the only thing he focused on. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got no drama with none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh, I've seen some people do that. I've seen some people like the health access to the kids.
yeah,
And then it's
I ain't
rules.
trying to.
And I'm gonna tell it's rules. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm gonna put the rules out there. So say me and Tommy B was doing co-parenting. I'm like, bro, you don't text my woman after 10 o'clock. That's just it is what it is. Like it's certain things I'm gonna tell you.
So what's the rules the other way? Because that's the part that I'm curious of, and I'm asking this question because I've been in a scenario where my child's mother is moving on, and there are things that are violations that I personally think are a violation.
Like what?
Other people. I personally think that fuck.
Well, I Edie, man, that rule that you just said, for me, that's not something you would have to tell me, because if I was texting after 10, it would literally be a reason. So if I'm texting you after 10 going, hey, I'm 100% with you. If I'm texting you after 10 like, yo, I just had to take the so-and-so to the doctor, I'm saying that you wouldn't have an issue with that. You get what I'm saying?
No. And this is why I like group messages, because group messages are pretty. I know Tommy says no way. I
I
think
ain't doing that shit.
listen. I think listen.
Ain't doing that shit.
I think hold on. Listen, I think Tommy, if me and Tommy was in this situation, we'll come into a message that like usually when a dude ain't got nothing to hide, him texting in a group hold on. Let me land it. Him texting in a group message, the baby's in the hospital. He don't care if I see it. Now, and I get the mindset. It's like I'm not checking in with no man, right? But I'm just saying in the simple fact of when y'all two are communicating, me getting kind of quote unquote up on what's going on is not as bad as y'all think it is.
So this is the thing, though. That shit has to gradually get it has to be, because if that's the case, then we have to have a certain relationship, and normally that organically happens, right? The way that I look at it is, if you are serious about having a family with my kid's mom, right? Then it's going to show because of the relationship I have with her and my kids, right?
Right.
No way if you are, for instance, you are a husband and our relationship is just through our fucking kids, there's at some point that you're going to be involved, right? Because you're serious about the fucking family. You know what the dynamics is. You coming in as that dynamic, but that has to be an organic thing. Initially, that shit just ain't gonna jive with the average man, right?
Yes, it does. I listen. I know
has
that
to be
y'all are
organic,
watching.
bro.
No. I'm not saying that you can force him in a group message, right? But what I'm saying is, like, usually how group messages work, right? Like the point that I'm saying is, if she, so let me test Tommy theory, right? So Tommy, you text your girl something, right? Not your girl, your ex, what I call it, and she responds in a group message. You're not gonna respond in a group message at all.
No, I probably won't. And so let me tell you my problem with it, right? And
Okay.
it goes with even like my thing with like the going through the phone thing. Like I tell females, I don't like going through the phone because there's information in there that I don't want you to have. And when I say that, I'm not talking about like cheating. My partners text me shit that's between me and them. You're gonna not go through those messages. You get what I'm saying? So now this is my thing, right? So my pops about a year and a half ago, almost 2 years, had a cancer scare. I texted my BM. That ain't none of your business. And it's also, hold on. And it's also not an out of bounds conversation to have with her, because, and I say that because
Mhm.
And I just say this personally in my situation. I've been with my BMs for years. So I know their family, they know my family personally. Like there's relationships that's still there. Now I'm not saying that my first BM, she's not coming and saying hi to my dad every da da da. But if my dad passed away, she's probably gonna be at the funeral. Like she has a, again, you're
I
not
get
talking,
that.
but
I 100% hear you. But
I'm not
that
gonna tell her in the group chat that my pops has cancer. I don't know you, nigga. Like, and
cool.
I'm just being solid with it. And my biggest issue with it is it's not an inappropriate conversation.
Yes, to me, don't have that conversation. If you're not comfortable with me knowing it, she don't need to know it either. I get y'all past. Listen, hold on, let me land it.
Uncomfortable with you knowing it. It's me uncomfortable even telling you. I don't know you to tell you that. You don't know my dad.
I get that.
You don't got no relationship with my dad. You get what I'm saying? And that's a vulnerable situation to me.
Well, so this is something that I tell people if you're dealing with a baby mama, you need to tell she need to be comfortable telling her baby daddy anything that we talk about. My husband gonna know about it.
I don't have no.
Anything.
Say if I texted her, right, and you said, "Oh, what he talking about?" and she told you, I don't care unless it's something say like that. And I'm gonna be 100 with. I can't even think of something that would be just super private that text. So to your point, if you was to be like, "Oh yeah, what are you talking about?" and she was just like, "Oh, he just said his pops got cancer," I don't have a problem with that. My thing is delivering the information to again, it's hard enough for me to be vulnerable. And you telling me to be vulnerable with another nigga in my that's crazy to me. Again,
No.
I don't. So wait,
I
time
can't.
out. I don't think.
Hold on. 1 second. I need to respond to this. I'm not telling you, Tommy, that you can't send that message to her. I'm telling her she can't respond to it. You can say whatever you like. I can't control the man. This is what people to keep understanding. He can text whatever he want to text on him.
Yeah,
And this is a conversation.
if she
This is a,
responded to it that's again because like I said, it's a difference if y'all in the bed and you, hey, what he talking about and da da da. That's one thing. But when you respond to me, say, "Oh, I'm sorry," and isn't like,
don't respond. That's
So-
what I'm saying. I can't control the man. Hold on. I want to put this clear. You can't control what another man do, but you can control the woman that's in your house. So hey, you can send 1,000 text messages. You got that right to do it. But I say, hey, don't respond or have a conversation outside this group message. Now, I'm not even saying that she need to respond to you in a group message. I'm just gonna let you know, hey, Tommy, you can send whatever you want, Tommy. But my wife only responds to the group message. That's the rules and boundaries we have. And you got to either take it or leave it.
I think what JT said earlier is important in the disconnect that the two of y'all are having, right? Because I agree. Like if my BM is your wife, I'm not completely opposed to what you're saying. But I think what JT was saying is like that time, like that stuff that time that's in the middle of when you meet my baby mama and when you get involved in a group chat. Like there's time that has to go in there. Cause hey, my nigga, my child is 4 years old. You're not gonna show up 8 months into the relationship thinking you about to control how we communicate with each other.
But we not talking. Hold on.
But no, I got you. Hold on, I'm about to land real quick. If you only been here 8 months, you're not about to control how this is going, especially because you said you gave credit to your wife on how her situation was already controlled and taken care of. Like that was already a system that was in place before you arrived. So I'm speaking from my perspective. If you're thinking that you're gonna come into this and try and make any changes to whatever the fuck we got going on right now, hey, I need you to be consistent. You still got to prove that you even have good intentions for my kids. All of that shit first before you start talking to me about some goofy ass group chat.
No, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about some boyfriend. Hold on, let's be clear. I ain't talking about somebody she
that's
just
the
dated.
disconnect.
No. I'm not talking. Listen, I went in no group chat while I'm dead. I don't care what you. That's for y'all. I'm saying the day that we get married, I'm having a conversation with Tommy. Hey, bro, I'm just letting you know how we run things over here, regardless if you respect it or not. Only time my wife is gonna respond to you in the group chat if that's cool. Like he can give updates all he wants because I can't control him. He's another man. But if he looking for her to respond, we just not doing that over here unless it's in the group chat.
I will say, so I will say, a question that raises for me though is the control that you are intending to have with me communicating with the mother of my child. Because all right, cool, you don't want her responding to text messages unless it's in a group chat. So what you gonna say? She shouldn't answer the phone unless she in the house with you or some shit? Like
No, she can answer the phone. Listen,
Now,
no.
so the conversation does need to continue. Like what your expectation here is realistically, because at the end of the day, for me, if my only communications with her is when it comes to my child, I don't need to check with you about shit, homie.
No, you miss. It's not about checking.
He's all on her side. He's saying that what he's saying is he's not giving you any rules. He's explaining you the rules that he's giving his wife.
And I understand that. So what I'm saying, so here's what I'm saying. Here's where I'm kind of back to what you were saying. If I'm communicating with my daughter about if I'm communicating with the mother of my child about something that I think is sensitive for my child, I don't want someone else involved in that conversation. For example, if I as her father am having a conversation with the mother of my child about her possibly coming on her period, I don't need you involved in that conversation. This is already a delicate conversation for me. It's already a delicate conversation for my daughter. I don't need you involved in it in any way, shape, or form. So in terms of responding, and so again, that's where we go back to the control of the communication.
This is calling to be worse than the texting because the calling there's no record of what the conversation even was. The text is at least it's a record of it.
I don't care about a record. See, I'm not trying to control the situation. See, listen, that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to control the situation. I know that's
how to control her.
I got rules for my wife. No, I have rules for my wife. Listen, you're right. I control my wife. Let's just put it out there. Okay. I am controlling my wife 100%. Any woman I ever be with, I'm gonna have a level of control over, and I don't care what no man say. Right? I don't care if she got no ex or nothing. And I am telling him, hey, bro, I'm just letting you know. She will not respond to you. And then if she do respond to him, now that's grounds for me to start having a whole nother conversation with her. Because I'm not forcing her to agree to these rules. I say, hey, for us to be together, this is going to be the rules. And then she start violating the rules, even if it was pure in intentions. Now I feel the respect of my rules and what I am saying going on that she don't want to respect. Maybe she need to go back to her baby daddy.
No, it's not even the fact of going back to him. So the thing is that we're talking about children, right? And with fathers, it is very important for father's voice to have a force in their child's life. It is a very difficult thing for a father to have a force in their child's life when their mother has those children up under another man's house. This is why it's very complicated for people to be in these type of relationships, because when you're not thinking about it, this is why people be breaking up. It goes to listen how we're talking about it. Imagine how motherfucking complicated it would be when you have people that's actually in these situations.
It's not though. That's what I'm telling you, JT.
But I'm saying,
I'm just saying it's an internet thing.
No,
most men gonna say I respect the rules you got with your woman.
Listen, most men ain't, because we ain't talking about the woman. I don't give a fuck about her. My children, my voice needs to be the most impressionable on my children. It's a problem when it's not. This is the problem that I see. That's the issues that I'm telling you that people have. No, and you will see it in the wash. What I'm saying is that you will see it in the wash. The wash is when your kids end up becoming older teenagers and adults. That's the wash. I don't give a fuck what you saying with her. This is where it gets to a point where just bring the kids to me.
Yeah, that's cool.
I get the kids, right? And then they come and visit you and your husband. That's what I mean. Because
that option out there, though, he said it off the rip. Like, if you don't bring we'll have a conversation about
So that's what I'm saying, that it's very complicated when a man, because most men, they might be, I ain't gonna say most men. I don't even know. I can't even. I can't quantify it. I'm gonna be honest. But I do know that there are situations where men don't give a fuck about with their woman. They give more of a fuck about their kids.
Yeah.
And them being the influence over them kids. They can't be an influence, a full influence over their kids when first and foremost, they have to fight the influence of the mama. Then they also have a compound that she has another man. Most niggas ain't jiving with that.
But that's the point. If you want full influence of your kid, you get custody of your kids, and we end this whole conversation.
But we know that they ain't trying to do that.
Okay, now listen. Now that you said you don't want full influence of your kids,
I ain't talking about the man. I'm talking about the woman. She ain't trying to get that custody up.
He said he would have a conversation with her, and if she don't want to, then now that relationship is in jeopardy.
No, I get what he's saying. I'm just saying the ideology, and I'm putting it out here in the universe. I'm not just talking about what he's saying pertaining to what he would do. I'm talking about the reality of it. The reason why you have the problems that you have. I understand exactly what he is saying. It makes more sense but this is my thing. The men, fuck what she talking about, because we supposed to be the influence. The men will have that conversation. That group text and know. Whatever I need to let that nigga know, I got his number. I'll let his ass know. Whatever I need her ass to know, it will.
No, it doesn't. Now you control the woman. Let me tell you
I'm not doing no group chatting. That group texting is bullshit.
So JT, when you text her, she just don't respond. Long as you okay with that.
I'm not okay. Listen, that's why I'm saying that.
What you gonna do about it then?
But Tommy,
you can't make my woman respond to you.
I'm not, because I don't care about your. This is what I'm telling you.
Why you do that? Yeah,
No,
why you
right.
do that? It ain't even about her.
Right, because
now you trying me like I'm a hoe, bro. It ain't even about her.
It's not even about that. Like we making this way bigger than what it is, right?
No,
but it's
they
real
will make
life.
it.
But it's real life.
But it's real life,
It's
though.
not real life.
It is. Everybody is not gonna think like you thinking.
No, what I'm telling you is, hold on, I'm trying to help you understand, JT. You're trying to control that man's house and how that man run his house.
I just said, this is the thing. My kids is up under that man, and I don't care nothing about what you talking about with her. My kids is up under this nigga's roof. He is not going to be more of an influence than I am on my fucking kids.
Well,
that's
get
the
your
issue
kids.
that I have.
See, hold on. This is the problem.
No, I'm agreeing with that part.
Okay, that's what I'm saying is.
But she ain't giving them kids, because most niggas, that's what I'm telling you.
Okay, did she
Most
lose
niggas
her man?
ain't going to. Okay,
She lose her man.
but we know that that's not the issue. We know
that is the issue. See,
nigga,
that's what I'm telling you.
You would not have these niggas going to jail and fighting each other, and motherfuckers is out here talking slick to each other. Because I ain't gonna even lie to you, E. You sitting here telling me what the rules is and all that shit, nigga. I don't give a fuck about you or that damn hoe. This bitch got my motherfucking kids. Now listen. It goes with what you did, 100 Watts, nigga. Who you talking to like this? Watch your tone and your delivery when you talking to me, nigga.
Okay, and then now based off your actions, hold on. Now based off your actions, see that's the key is consequences to everybody's actions in this situation.
Absolutely.
Right? I want to be clear. So 100 get to talking crazy and say I'm gonna text her anyways, and she gonna respond. Guess what? We ain't talking to 100. Since he want to be a belligerent nigga, listen. Hold on, listen. Listen. Let me finish my statement. I'm trying to help y'all understand how it's gonna go down, right? So first, I think, remember what I'm saying. If you give a woman rules on engagements with her exes that they have kids with, and that woman is not on board, you need to walk away from that woman.
Yeah,
that's step one.
I agree.
That's step one. All right. Yeah. The woman now have agreed to these terms. Now you tell 100, hey brother, I'm just letting you know how we run things in my house. If you want her to respond, she's going to respond in group message. I can control you as a man. If you send her text messages, you will not get any response. And then 100 can say, well, I'm going to text her anyways.
No. The response is, man, I don't want to go through none of that bullshit. I don't want to go through none of that bullshit. I'll just take my motherfucking kids and we ain't got to worry, and she can do the
That was the
now.
option before
Now
we
this is
even
the
went to
thing.
negotiation.
No.
That was the option before negotiation. Tommy
No,
B,
but that's
didn't I say the option before we even
I
talk
didn't say
about?
that you didn't say that that was an option. What I'm telling you is that it's going to be pushback from her. And if that's my whole point. She is not going. That's what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, if you come out there and you talk about this is the rules of my house and shit like that, okay, my guy, I don't care nothing about with it. I ain't even got to text her. Let me tell you what, she texts me when she needs to talk to me, but I'm gonna take my kids. Y'all cool with that? Now you can be cool with that all you want, but I'm gonna tell you right now, you better go to option one. You better leave her ass the fuck alone because she ain't giving them fucking kids up, especially if I'm paying child support. It ain't happening. Unless you got that much of an influence, E, to tell her, listen, first and foremost, we don't want that man's money. We don't want his money. Secondly, I think you need to let those kids stay with him the majority of the time. And then we get them and then we can come with that. If you ain't talking to her about that shit right there, man, all that, hey man, you can't call my girl, my wife after 10 o'clock, nigga, it's up. That nigga ain't listening to that shit, man. The option is give me my motherfucking kids and we ain't gotta even talk to each other like that.
No, listen, I'm 100%, and I'm gonna be clear. I'm like, hey, Tommy B, you want these kids? I like saying Tommy B. I don't know why. I'm like, hey, Tommy B, you want these kids? You about to have these kids, and I'm giving you full. Cause I ain't talking about we coming on the weekend. I'm gonna give you full access to run your kids the way you want to run your kids. Don't even contact my wife no more. If it's up, if we really up, hold on.
That
Just
shit
don't-
ain't gonna work either, even.
I'm telling you it works.
She ain't gonna let that shit. She ain't letting that shit fly, my guy.
And that's why I said when he said earlier about the weekends, like again, at that point, you might as well just break up with her because you're not about to turn her into essentially a deadbeat mom. Like, and
I'm telling you, these women are willing to be deadbeat, Tommy. I'm telling you right now, for the right man, they say fuck them kids too. Y'all think that's a man statement. I'm telling you,
hey, you might be right, but
Then you
look,
still have to break up with her because her principles is shitty.
exactly.
no, it's not. No, she ain't. It's my principle. She's standing on my principle. I'm the one saying get the kids up. That's my principles. I'm gonna get mad at her for standing on my principles.
Hey, fam, you just watched her give up her kids. What's she gonna do with your little dick ass?
Give me the kids. 100. Give me the kids.
And you know, and you know what this
Hold
nigga
on,
gonna do?
no.
He gonna
No,
put both.
play
He gonna
this out. Hold on.
put her and him on child support. Be like, all right, nigga, you want that? Y'all on child support.
Listen, the point that I'm saying.
I want 1,500.
No, it's not. Because so the point that I'm saying is that's actually the best woman. Because if she was willing to give up them kids, guess what? There's a good chance you can get your kids too. If it went sideways. You be so that's the point that I'm saying. Y'all saying that this is a bad situation.
No, that's good. Give me my kids. No, for real.
That's what I'm saying is men gotta either stand on something. Either you gonna follow some rules, and I agree, men don't want to follow rules. If you don't want to follow rules on how we engage, get your kids.
Yeah, you not about to make no fucking rules with me and my kids. No, nigga,
I
fuck
want
that.
you to get your kids.
Now look, now this the flip side though. This the flip side, either man. Cause I got a woman. You about to see what your woman is made of. Cause now, and especially if she doing it the way that you saying, if she don't want her voice to be an impact on her kids,
I ain't worried about that.
she is a motherfucking there you go. There she is a deadbeat again. But she ain't gonna want another broad. She ain't gonna want another broad having an impact over her kids, especially.
Like I don't know why we keep saying that men don't want other men. Hold on, listen. I don't know why. This is
She
the
don't want that
craziest
woman. She
statement.
does
Hold on.
not want that woman having the influence over her fucking kids.
I'm telling y'all, yeah. The glaze that y'all guys are looking at, I'm just saying the glaze that y'all looking at is saying that people are not willing to be deadbeats. That is crazy. Like I wish y'all could see some of the cases. Listen, some of the cases I done seen. I'm telling you, people are willing to say, hey, you want these kids, have them. I just think men are not willing to take the kids.
You are
the majority.
as if deadbeats are. You're speaking as if deadbeats are the majority.
Right.
Oh yes,
that's not the majority.
No. The point that I am saying is You can't, as a man, say, I don't want the kids. I don't want to do this. Because now you just being combative just to be combative, right?
No, I get that part. I get that part. If the man does not want to take care of the kids, if he don't
Gotta
want to
follow
have
my
them
rules.
at least 90% of the time, and he's still complaining, then yeah, he on some fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? We already said we established that too. But when you talking about, especially if we had to run up against a guy like yourself, talk about some after 10 o'clock, you can't be texting my woman, then give me the fucking kids then. That's an alternative. Give me the
Yeah,
kids and we ain't got to worry about that
that's
texting.
that's
And
that's
when
my
she
point.
needs
I'm gonna
to,
make it so uncomfortable, JT, that you want to be a daddy and take your damn kids.
but this is the thing. This is the thing. You still ain't gonna be able to stop me from texting her because now I have the kids and she's gonna be a co-parent. And I'm gonna be telling her all the shit that is expected that she needs to do too. We got parent teacher conference coming up.
We ain't doing none of that.
I just put my daughter into cheerleading. I put the
We ain't doing
boys
none
into
of that.
wrestling. Guess what? I'm gonna need you to go ahead and kick in.
We ain't doing none of
This
that.
nigga say we ain't doing none of that.
Hey, who
Shit.
gonna last?
I guarantee y'all
who
breaking
gonna,
up.
Who gonna last longer? You and your fucking rules, or
I'm
me and my
guaranteeing.
kids?
I guarantee my
Who gonna
rules.
last longer?
Yeah, because
Me
let
I
me
and my
tell you.
guarantee my
kids,
rules.
Because let me tell you.
No, I'm
Let me tell you what.
I promise y'all. Hold on, I promise y'all. The y'all baby mamas, the baby mamas that got the kids, they got way more control than y'all think they do.
I'm telling you, that's the reason why I was saying what I just said. No, it ain't what we think. I'm talking as far as like when you was talking about this whole thing of you got your wife and you establishing this shit with the nigga. That woman is gonna fight against you. Y'all gonna break the fuck up. Especially if you say, yeah, give him the kids, and then she agreed with that shit too. And she say, well, damn, this nigga is doing well. Him and his family, because he got a woman. They got a family over there. They looking really good. When she come over there to pick up the girls and she finds out that guess what? The tables have flipped. She doesn't have the influence. And they gonna be like, look,
Nigga, we
and
gonna be
they
a
gonna
boy,
see
boy. We ain't worried about that
Tommy
shit.
B.
Listen.
Tommy B, they gonna see her hair done. They gonna
We
see
did gingerbread house with
Karen.
Miss Keisha.
Listen,
Miss Keisha
Karen,
made
and
gingerbread
she a white
house.
woman. And she a white woman. So Karen buying them all kind of shit. She buying them all kind of shit. Mama is like, I want my kids back. Fuck that nigga. And you say something like, no, we can't do it. She be like, fuck you too. Fuck this shit. I
That's
don't
the
like, she gonna
perfect
crash the fuck
JT.
out.
JT.
She gonna
I
crash
want to
out.
say something. I want to say something, but
Go ahead, bro.
it's not in good taste, right? Y'all
No,
need
go
to
ahead.
keep. I'm
It's the
gonna say this.
barbershop.
I'm gonna say this, and if you know, you know. Y'all need to choose some different type women. If y'all going through all that shit, listen. Hey, if you going through all that shit, and she
You
running,
hear
you
what
telling you,
look,
hold on, hold on.
You hear what I just told you? Karen, nigga. I got Karen. I got Karen. Matter of fact, Karen ain't going no motherfucking where.
I ain't about to
Cause
sit here and argue with y'all.
Karen
Listen.
is like, shit.
You
Oh
think,
man,
you
this
think,
nigga.
you think, hold on,
She
I
gonna
just
be
want to be
like,
clear, JT.
every time she see your wife, she gonna thank her all the time. She go like, I really thank you. She gonna be like, what the fuck this bitch is being? She's out here being sarcastic. I'm gonna beat that white bitch ass.
JT.
That's what we
Hold
talking
on,
about some thank
JT.
you.
Me and my wife gonna be in Bora Bora. We gonna be like, fuck them kids. We gonna be in Bora Bora. We gonna be thinking about them damn kids.
Figuring out some coconuts, right?
So the stance that you're taking, is that just like a completely unwavering, like this is what the fuck it is? It's just that. And the reason I'm asking you that is because there is plenty of room that exists where you sit down with another grown ass man and you say, hey yo, these are the rules in my house. This is what I'm expecting. And that man can sit across from you and respectfully say, hey, look, I respect those as your rules. What do you think about, like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all can sit
No,
down and have
it is a negotiation. No, it's not my way or highway. That's why I said sit down and negotiate. It is a negotiation, right? So what the negotiation in this situation is, hey, I don't want you to text her at all unless it's in a group. Tommy said, hey, I don't feel comfortable with you knowing personal things. I am going to text her. My negotiation have moved from I don't want you to text them all. Now you can text her. She's just not going to be responding. That is a negotiation because I moved from where I originally was 100.
Yeah, I mean it's respected, but give me my fucking kids. There's the
I've been
response.
trying to give you your kids 2 times. You don't want the damn kids.
But here's the thing.
But
even
let me get a bigger house, nigga. I got give me 6 months. God damn it, shit.
But see, and that's the thing. Even if we do a 60-40 split, there's still a 40 that she's still got to take her ass over there. So I mean, the kids got to take their ass over there. So even in that 40%, you still not about to tell me I can't communicate with her. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just.
I didn't tell you.
The only thing I wanted to verify was that you were willing to have a space to where we could at least have a cordial conversation.
That's how men talk. That's how men talk.
Because there's plenty of niggas that will go, nigga, who the fuck? Nigga, what you with? There's plenty of niggas that'll do that.
I want to walk through the situation. So I say, hey,
negotiate with each other if you want to. Let's go.
Hold on. Let's negotiate. I say, 100, come get these kids, bro. Shoot, you want to have full influence? You say no. We got to go there to at least get to the negotiation table, right? I say, hey, 100, I'm just letting you know how we run our house. I'm telling you, most of the time, I'm gonna tell you how the conversation really went. I'm not gonna respond in a group message. I'm just there. It's rare that I respond. Like, this is not my only time I'm respond if I feel like you talking crazy to my wife. Like, if you calling my wife out my name, I'm jumping in a group message. I'm just letting you know. But for the most part, the conversation y'all having, I'm not gonna respond. But I'm telling you just how we run things. I'm gonna be present in y'all conversations, right? I have no problem you picking up the phone. I have no problem y'all talking. I'm just letting you know this is not just for you, 100. I'm gonna tell her mama this too. My wife's phone don't ring after 10 o'clock unless it must be a dire emergency. That's just how we run things. And I'm gonna lay that out first. And what you gonna say, 100?
Okay. I do understand you controlling your household. I will ask respectfully, if I am communicating anything other than my child, I will hit the group chat.
If you communicate anything other than your child, you would hit the group chat.
If it's anything other than I'll be there at 7 Saturday to come pick him up.
Yeah, so 100, let me ask you a question, just man to man.
We do the opposite.
Hold on. No. Wait. This is what he said. We having a negotiation in real time. Why do you believe it's a problem with her husband know that y'all gonna meet tonight at 7?
Yeah.
I want to understand that, 100.
My thought process. My thought process is making sure that I have an open communication with the mother of my child and being able to communicate with her and let her filter whatever she needs to you. Because her communication with you is her responsibility. My communication with her about my child is our responsibility.
Okay, but I feel like you haven't answered my question.
And what
is your problem? I'm trying to understand, because obviously we having a disagreement here. What is the problem with inside of a group message? Hey, we're meeting at 7, right? Why do you have a problem with me knowing that?
I didn't say that I had a problem with that.
So you don't have a problem putting in a group. Hold on. Oh, go ahead, Tommy.
What you said, 100. You said everything. You said
if it's not considering if it doesn't have to do with my child, then I'll communicate with you.
But I would
or in the group chat.
He would see. Tommy is the opposite of that. He said, if I want to tell you something personal going on in my life, like my father passed away, I want to have that ability to communicate that outside the group chat.
Okay,
you're the opposite. So I'm gonna ask the question again, 100, just to make sure you heard me right. What is the problem with me knowing that you're meeting my wife at 7 to meet the kids?
If I was meeting your wife at 7, would you have already known?
No, because I wouldn't have known if you texted her privately.
So if I'm communicating with my wife if I'm communicating with your wife and I tell her on Tuesday that we'll meet at 7 p.m. on Saturday, is it not her responsibility to communicate with you between Tuesday and Saturday that I will be meeting with her to get my child?
Yeah, that's telephone, and it actually creates a lot of
that's
confusion.
not my responsibility.
Hold on, no, you gotta let me finish. We're negotiating, all right? It's a negotiation. Hey, that's telephone. I think I need to know that she's meeting you at 7, that's a need to know for me. That my wife, any man to tell you that his wife meeting somebody at 7 o'clock from a security and safety reason, I need to know that.
Can
And
I ask you this then?
yes, sir.
What is outside of the need to know when it comes to my child with you?
I don't know. I think this is a new situation. I think we, as men, we got to deal with that in real time when it comes up. But for the example of what you're saying, 100, my wife is going to meet someone at 7 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock at night. As the man that's supposed to protect her, I think that is need to know information that I need to know as her husband.
But
Can you respect that?
that's her. No. That's her responsibility to let you know. The thing that he told her is whatever it is, because he ain't got nothing to do. That's what I'm saying.
No, but no,
it's a problem,
JT, I
bro.
really want to have them negotiate. See, it's easy when you got somebody help you in negotiation. I do this in my business. I sit down with people and negotiate on a daily basis.
Come on,
Look,
baby.
I'm not sitting down with no man.
Well, you
I'm just not doing it.
No,
see, that's what I'm saying. Hold on, but
I'm gonna. This is the thing.
Hold on, 100. He's speaking from the sideline. You wouldn't have responded that way. I know you wouldn't, because you said you was willing to negotiate. He said he's not willing to negotiate.
No.
So that's why I
This is the
said, let
thing.
me
I'm
them
not
have a
willing to.
conversation.
This is the thing. I'm not willing to negotiate with your ass. Me and her, what we have is an issue. Like I said, the shit has to be organically done, and it takes time for that shit to happen. I am not sitting there and I'm sitting here and you telling me what the rules is and all that shit. Again, I'm not negotiating with you at all, because this ain't got shit
That's
to do
why I
with
don't
you.
understand why you interrupted. You said you're not willing to negotiate. 100 said he is. Let us have the back and forth.
My bad. That's
You
my
said
bad.
we not even having a conversation.
No,
If
hold
me
on.
and you
That's
not
my
having a
bad.
conversation, JT, we ain't having a conversation.
Hey, y'all continue. My bad. That was my bad for getting in, because I was in my feelings, dog. Go ahead, man. That's my bad. Go ahead.
He messed it up, man. He done let
I done
100 get tired of
Hey, look,
thinking
I'm
everything.
Hunter's homeboy that was in the car with him. Like, man, fuck that nigga, dog.
I'm gonna follow with you.
No, go ahead.
During your dating process, and I'll just use like my first BM for example, you would even see how platonic the relationship is, and I don't even think it would even bother you. You know, like it's not like you're gonna get married and all of a sudden you're looking at the situation. I think even with that boundary that you have, I think that would be based off of, like, if this nigga is consistently hitting her after 10, then that's something you have to be like, hey, yo, dog, this gonna have to stop. You feel what I'm saying? But if that's not even a problem, I don't think that would be something that you would bring up and have to negotiate, because it's not an issue that's ever come up. Now, if all of a sudden it does come up, and again, if it came up off of like, hey, just letting you know I had to take the kid to the doctor, even then, I don't think you'd be like, oh yeah, we until a text came after 10 where this nigga's just like, hey, what's going on? Then you'll be like, all right, what we doing here? And so I think that's the part, the nuance that's missing is you'll be assessing that situation up until the point to where you wanted to get married, then you start setting your boundaries then.
But I'm proactive, not reactive. That's the type of person. So most situations, especially Tommy, you got your girl, you over there. I said, hey, I'm just letting you know, bro, out of respect. My wife ain't gonna text you. You ain't gonna text you. And then what did Tommy say? That's common sense. This is what me and Tommy already had. He said that's common sense. Only way I'm gonna text her is she at the hospital or something. What I would tell Tommy is like, that makes sense, bro. That would have been the end of the conversation, because it's just mutual respect between men.
I'm telling you, either man, is for me, and I wouldn't make a problem, but it would come off as weird. And I ain't gonna lie, lightweight insecure to me, because I'm like, if that's, again, there's a lot of situations out here where you have to push that line. For me, it would feel like you pushing the line. Now it turns into like a ego thing, you know. And like me, I'm level headed, so I'd be able to look beyond it. But what I'm saying is, you would possibly be causing a problem that wasn't even there, because I don't do that anyway. So now it's feeling like you're being accusatory, because it's like, nigga, I don't do that anyway. So now it feels like, oh, so you trying to get in and trying to, you know. And that's the part that so that's why I said for me, I would assess the situation, and then when it got serious enough to where I felt comfortable enough to start setting boundaries, then I'll be like, all right, look, I've seen you do this, this, and this. I ain't really rocking with that. We
I
locked
get
in.
it.
da-da-da.
I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it
I
funky
just
with
think
you.
I
I'm gonna
think
keep
this
it
is
all the
good.
way funky with you. I'm gonna keep it all the way funky with you. I respect this conversation because my children are still at the age to where if their mother decides to interact with another dude, like this is very possible at some point for me.
So let us have a conversation, please, guys. Let me. The reason I say this is because we never see the conversation. I've never
Yeah.
seen the show stepdaddy and a baby daddy have a conversation. So let's just have it, and then let's see where it goes. All right. So I'm gonna go back 100. What is the problem? I just
No,
want to understand.
no, I'm just playing.
No,
So-
look. This is what I'm saying. I want to be because as a man, I want to respect your boundaries. You are taking care of my child whenever I'm not physically present, so I want to respect that space. At the same time, I am still asking you to respect the space that I have been that child's father long before you showed up anywhere.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If I can respect the fact that you are in a relationship and not interfere with that, can you respect the fact that I am trying to have a relationship with the mother of my child simply for the greater good of my child?
So first of all, this is my goal, and this is literally what I tell. I'm your biggest advocate, 100. I want to make sure that you get as much time with your kids as I possibly can. I want to make sure that I can actually bring logic. Me and you both understand that women don't have logic. And the reason I want to build a relationship with you is because it gives us to be able to have logic in the upbringing of your daughter. And you understand the woman that you was with didn't have that much logic. So all I'm saying is, if I'm your biggest advocate, is the one thing that you could do for me is if you're communicating and you talk about meeting at 7 o'clock, honestly, is it really a hill to die on that you just respond in the group message, 100?
I don't want to create that as a hill to die on. I'm
Okay.
asking you this. Don't take it as disrespect for me to not think of you. Because again, I have been this child's father long before you showed up, and I will continue to be this child's father long after I die.
And I will echo that for you, brother.
And I in no way, shape, or form intend to disrespect you. However, as a man, you do have to understand that if I intend to get advice from you or seek a thought process or anything like that, that would have to be a one-on-one, man-to-man conversation. You could agree to that, couldn't you?
Yes, 100%. That's what I'm
Okay.
telling you, 100.
So,
Hold on.
In
Hold on.
terms
I'm
of the
just
communications, you have to understand that your relationship with the mother of my child is different than my relationship. So
Absolutely.
how I communicate with her has to be different than how I communicate with you.
Absolutely. You're 100% right that you don't communicate them. I want you to really understand what I'm asking for, 100. I'm asking for basic information. The basic information I'm asking is, can you just notify all parties, hey, we're meeting tonight at 7? Is it really too much for you to notify me too? I just want to understand, is it really, 100, too much for you to notify me, hey, we meeting at 7? Is that a hill that we really want to die on?
Is it a hill for you to die on to say that information has to come from me rather than her mother?
Yes, that's a hill I'm willing to die on.
Why would that be a hill that you're willing to die on?
Because I want all of us to be on the same page. Truthfully and
Okay.
honestly, hold on. Let me finish. I want all of us to be on the same page. If the one thing is, say for example, if I was picking up your kids, I would want you to know, hey, by the way, I'm picking the kids up from school, such and such, she got to work. I want to make sure that you know as much about your kid as possible. Do you agree with that, 100? This group message is not to take away your power, 100. I'm actually trying to empower you. And all I'm asking is you to meet me halfway to say, we're going to meet tonight at 7.
What the point here is, we can create the group chat. I can respect the time because you even brought up early in the conversation after 10 p.m. is fucking wild. I can respect that 100%. I'll even stamp that and agree with you. After 10 p.m. is crazy. If I'm texting her after 10 p.m., you can check me for it. I agree with you for that. What I'm saying to you is we can create the group chat. We can utilize it as necessary. I'm just asking that you not live on a space where you feel like it's a hill that you need to die on if there is a circumstance that comes up where I feel it is appropriate for me to communicate solely with the mother of my child. Because
Absolutely.
I would hope that you can agree that sometimes there's going to be sensitive information that comes up that I'm not comfortable sharing with you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So what I heard you say, the majority of the time you want to use this group, but it's a 10% things that you might want to keep private. How about this that I say this? I have no problem with you reaching out to her privately, but I'm just letting you know what my wife is going to do. Either she's going to respond in that group message or she's going to pick up the phone and talk to you. I'm just letting you know how she will respond to that. Is that cool with you?
Okay, that's cool. So then let me ask you this question. If I call the mother of my child and she's not around you, are you expecting for her to wait until she's in your
No,
presence?
sir. Listen, you can call, y'all have children together. Listen, I believe in common sense. I know y'all gonna talk on the phone. Listen, I'm that's not a hill I'm gonna die on. You can call her, you can talk to her. I'm not dying on that hill, brother. As long as it's not after 10 o'clock. And please, if y'all talking on the phone, can it please be about your kids? If you can respect those things, I have no problem with you calling her.
I completely respect that. So let me ask you this. Is there a difference for you between me calling her at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to say that I'm going to meet her at 7 on Saturday versus texting her the same information at the same time? Is there a difference to you?
No. So say for example, if you called her at this, I'm pretty sure just how it works in my real life now, somebody's gonna drop in a update of the phone call. So typically how my wife do is if y'all have a phone call, by the way, we talked about meeting at 7 in the group message. So I'm still gonna get updated in the group message just because y'all had a call.
Okay, so I feel like we're in agreement that it's her responsibility to communicate with you and not me.
But you already conceded that 90% of the time you're gonna communicate. That was you already agreed with that. As a man,
I am conceding. I am conceding that I intend to have 90% of my communications with her be 100. Let me rephrase. I am conceding that my communications with her is going to be about my child. That's what I'm conceding.
So you
The terms in which the communication happens, because you agreed that phone calls are acceptable. So what I'm trying to understand is how the transfer of information is different for you for a phone call versus a text message. Because if she decides to text in the group chat after we speak, that's her maintaining her responsibility. If I text her, that's me maintaining my responsibility to my child.
But I'm just telling you, so you do agree that 90% of the time we're going to use the group message. It might be Blue Moon, something that I think you're human, 100. I think you might forget to use the group message. I'm not knocking those things, brother. I know that sometimes I'm not holding you to that standard. I'm just telling you. Typically, if you text her outside of this group message, she's going to respond in a group message or she's going to pick up the call and do it. This is just the agreement that me and her made. I believe that you are an awesome father. I also believe that you are trying to do what's best for your kids. I'm just trying to tell you, 100, is that we have agreed that we're going to use the group message in reality, but sometimes it's not going to be an absolute thing. I think that we came to a fair agreement. Would you agree, 100?
That shit ain't gonna work.
It's gonna work just like that.
Hey, look. Hey, look. And we had a great conversation. I'm just telling you, everything in me just keeps saying, man, fuck this nigga, bro. Who
This nigga trying to you sound like you trying to finesse him, dog.
That's pride, though. Listen, that conversation wasn't disrespectful. It wasn't finesse.
Nigga,
It wasn't finesse. No, it wasn't. It was us being able to have a conversation as men, and he understand where I'm coming from. He
I
understand
understand
that.
where you coming
Yeah, and
from.
I understand where he's
Text
coming
Lord.
message
from.
shit, that
So
text
I
message shit is
told you
pride
that.
Okay,
to me, bro. You
Antoine.
know, my stance is pride just as much as yours, brother.
Hold on. Antoine, what do you think with that that back and forth with them two? What is your thoughts?
Oh God, I was listening to some of it, and I had to step out to take care of something for my daughter. But it sounded like, from what I got before I had to step out, it seemed like I could see what Edie Man was trying to do, saying that, hey, these are the rules. This is what's going to be going on, so on and so forth. Now, if that works for him, that works for him. But I can see where 100 Watt was coming from as well. Like, that ain't going to work for me. Like, he
But
was just like,
again,
nah, this group text thing ain't going to work for me.
so Tommy B, let me ask Tommy B, because Tommy B, don't you feel like it was two men? Look, what you think? I don't want to lead the question. I know I be leading people sometimes. What do you think about the back and forth we had, Tommy B?
I think, like I said, if it has something to do with the kids, for me personally, I wouldn't have any issue using the group text. Um, the and like I said, I think, and I think that's the nuance. Like I said earlier, that I think is kind of being missed is leading up until you getting married. I think you would see the nature of the relationship and understand that it ain't deeper than that. I mean, even like what you say, like motherfucker might be married, he got his own thing going on, yada yada yada. Ain't never been inappropriate, ain't never tried to, you feel me? Um, like I said, and because it would affect you and you moving around, I wouldn't have no problem going, hey, I'm picking up the kids at this time, or I'm dropping off at this time, because that's gonna affect shit going on. Y'all might have plans, y'all might have this, that, and the other. But the only thing that I said like might have issues is if I got like I said, because in my situation, people know my family, this, that, and the other. If something happened with my family, I don't have that rapport with you. You don't know my family. She does. So for me, that's the only time that I would, and under your rules, then I'll probably just give her a call instead of texting. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't have a problem with the calling, I'll probably just call her, yo, this happened, yada, yada, yada. But, and like I said, even in that situation, if you was like, oh, hey, what are you talking about? And she told you, I wouldn't care. It just would feel weird for me texting a group chat with you in it about a person that's close to me that you're not
Yeah,
even
but
connected.
give it 6 months. See, it's new to you, Tommy. But hold on, listen, hold on.
Like used car sales.
So first, but hold on. But first, Tommy, I would have empathy. Like, hold on. Let's be clear. If you text my wife that your daddy got cancer, I would have empathy for that. I'm not like why he texts you. Like it's certain. That's why I said it's not 100% or whatever that I'm be like off the wall because you text that you got cancer and you going something. Matter of fact, I might encourage her. Hey, call that man. That man's going through something. You only get one father. You only get one. Like that's the point. Is like I'm still being logical in the situation. I'm not jumping out the rails because the rules is broken. That's just not who I am.
But I'm saying that I don't. For me, I don't even think I didn't even take it as if you personally would have an issue with that message being sent. Um, my thing is just like I said, it not disrespecting you or doing something crazy to you and your relationship. For me, like I said, I just put it like this: if that's how you would put it out there, I'll probably just make a call, and it wouldn't even be a situation. Be like, all right, that's how I want to run it. I'm just call her, hey, yo, this happened, da da da, and just keep it moving. Because for me, in my situations, I try to take the smoothest road possible. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Like I'm willing to fight the battle, but I'm gonna take every road, to not battle until I like go no more. And then when it comes to a head, it just comes to a head. But for me, like I said, I just try to keep the situation player, man. It's just
In other words, everything doesn't have to be a fight. Everything doesn't have to be a situation.
Yeah, Tommy, and if you marry, hold on, I'm gonna tell you, Tommy, if you married to another woman, I promise you it's a lot easier. See, 100 speaking for himself. Imagine if we can get your wife to saying, yeah, we all need to be in the group message. Because now we got 3 people telling you that you should be in the group message, right? And As long as I'm not being disrespectful, as long as they ain't out here saying, nigga, you got to follow my rules, this, that, and third, and I'm being live. Listen, in that conversation with me and 100, I was open to changing. If he would have made a real enough reason to say, oh man, this is something in my mind that I feel this, that, and third. If he would have made an argument, I was open to it. I'm not closed-minded when I'm sitting down with someone. So it's not that it's just my way or the highway. I just think, are we really dying on the hill? I'm picking it. Like, if you really listen to it, like, we dying on the hill that you can't tell me that you're picking up the kids at 7? Like, is we gonna be that petty?
You dying on the hill too. We're both dying on the hill, brother.
Both of y'all dying on the hill for no reason.
Die on the hill for our manhood. There is a manhood in your household when it comes to your wife that you're willing to die on. Bitch, you better not text that nigga, but you better text him back in that motherfucking group chat. That's the hill you willing to die on.
But my hill is with my wife, though. See, hold on.
That's the entire premise of my perspective to our conversation. Your responsibility is with her, sir.
But you said that she won't text you back.
No, that's not what I said.
So you okay with her not texting you back? Hold on, I want to make sure. Are you okay with her not texting you back?
Her making the choice to not text me back about our child behind another nigga is showing me her character more than anything else.
Mm-hmm. That shows
anything else. Now, my problem is with her because again, my responsibility is with her. This is our child. I really don't give a fuck about you for real. If we're gonna keep it a wrap, I really don't give a fuck about you. I appreciate you being there to take little homie to soccer practice while I'm at work, but I really don't give a fuck about you, big dog.
But that now it's coming out. No, but see what you realize. This is the point that I'm making. When people dying on this hill, it's more deeper than texting in the group. Now, hold on, 100. Hold on. Listen, I'm telling you. Now is you really have an issue with me. You ain't got no issue with texting. Hold on. No, you ain't got no issue texting in the group. You said you don't care about me. This is why you don't want to text in the group.
No, it's with you.
That was a great back and forth. I like that.
I care about you. I care about you as much as you care about me, brother. You don't give a fuck about me or my kids.
About you. I do care about you and your kids.
But this is the thing.
I do care about you and your kids.
Hold on. This is what actually it does illustrate. That's what I was saying before. I understand exactly where you're coming from, Eda Man, when you're talking about being diplomatic. I think that people do need to be more diplomatic. I think that they do need to have the attitude that Tommy B would have, right? Hey, look, this is just what it is, right? He ain't really, all I want to know is if this is going down, okay, that's what it is. And he moving on about his business. You know what I'm saying? That's being diplomatic. What it illustrates, though, and I'm not talking about you guys personally, that it's way more, and you said it, Eda Man, you help people to be in that space. But let's keep it 100. You're not going to have a lot of people that's going to be even close to being that diplomatic, right? It happens once you come up with, I think it comes with age. I think it comes with perspective on life. It comes with perspective on the person that you had those kids with. I think all of those things you have to put, those are the nuances, right? I'm telling you, this is the thing. Me personally, I can become way more probably diplomatic with the man that the woman I had kids with, that if they had a relationship or they were married, than I could ever be with her. It's just, that's one of the things, because the thing is that there's a certain respect that men would have with each other, period. First and foremost, I hope that she picked a man that my kids will respect, right? I hope that she would be able to do that. It's going to show. It's going to show once I start talking to him. I'm going to see how he's running that shit. Of course, he's supposed to be the man of the house in his house or whatever. So it's going to be automatically a respect thing with me, period, because I'm exactly that too. When them kids is up under my house, they up under my rules. You know what I'm saying? Even if they're not up under my house, they still gotta still purport themselves as if daddy is there. It's the same thing with mom, as if mom is there. However, we're not having those type of a people, that type of a conversation. I mean, that type of a combination, right? So let's keep it 100. It ain't gonna be a whole bunch of dudes that's gonna be trying to be diplomatic, especially if they've been having a lot of issues with that woman. They've been having some fucking issues, and when you add fucking child support,
And the new person as well.
wait, it gets even worse when you add child custody. You know what I'm saying? Because although they are separate, guess what? They're still synonymous with each other, right? And in a lot of courts, they base how much you pay based off of the time that you spend with your children. That's how it is. People, when you go to those courts, it's just already, the courts are not for people to be kumbaya. Because if that was the case, they wouldn't be in court. They're enemies. At the end of the day, that's why when you guys were talking earlier, you understand when we go to court, that means that we're enemies, right? That ain't no motherfucking people that can handle the shit on their own, because you just ain't going to court unless you're going together. Like Tommy said, we here together. We listen, we don't want to use y'all. I don't know why y'all keep calling me, trying to get me to put the payment through y'all. And no, we don't need that shit. And she be like, yeah, we don't need that shit. That's how you're supposed to be, because they're being diplomatic.
Right.
That's just what it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? The conversation that we having actually is way more. Go on another platform and try to have the same conversation. Motherfuckers gonna be bitches and hoes and niggas ain't shit. Because it's an emotional thing, because motherfuckers went through some shit, bro.
Yeah.
They went through some motherfucking shit. I'm gonna tell you, I went through some motherfucking shit, but I ain't there no more. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm so far removed from it now where I don't even have PTSD from it. Now the other shit I do, when I start hearing women start talking that bullshit, and nigga, I go, hey, the old JT come right out and be like, you talking shit. I be trying to suppress that nigga. I'm probably, hey man, it's false alarm. They talking to each other. Ain't nobody talking to me, man. Ain't nobody talking to me. Let me know, nigga. You know, that's that inner, that's the hurt JT coming back up. Like, nigga, I need to go out here and check out on somebody for a minute, but nah.
Look, I think, like you said,
diplomatic, bro, because your kids get grown and they start, and you don't, trust me when I tell you, you don't want them to be out here trying to handle their situations like what they see mom and pop do.
Right.
When you was on some bullshit, you got to tell your kids I was on some motherfucking bullshit. That wasn't right. Whatever it was. Because they need to see someone holding accountability for themselves. Like when you ever had somebody be like, but you said this back in the day, you be like, yeah, and I was wrong. You just say, I was fucking wrong. That shit was wrong. Because if you don't and you try to explain it away, this is how they're going to be dealing in the world too. When you did some old fuck shit, you supposed to be, when you in hindsight, you supposed to sit back and say, yeah, I was on some fuck shit. You know how hard it is for motherfuckers to do that shit, bro? They keep trying to explain shit. That's why the conversations be going as long as just say that you did the shit.
Exactly. Just.
I just want to move the fuck on, because the reason why you can't just move on, because they would do it again and again. And you don't want that shit to happen. The conversation that you guys, I'm glad y'all did that exercise that you and Eat Man did, because people get a chance to actually see the exchange, and they will reflect off of how, I'm telling you, most men be like, nigga, you ain't telling me shit. It's two things they gonna say. You ain't sitting back saying none of that shit to me, right? The other one is, you're not dictating nothing, right? The other thing is that when it comes down to you telling me who I can and who I can't text when it comes down to my kids, fuck that. And the Eat Man was right. That's ego, right? That's basically all it is. And a lot of times we do have to put ego away, because niggas can trigger the shit out of you.
And I
And
said that
if,
earlier, too.
and if you're really good at conflict, and if you're really good and you work well in chaos and shit, then you need to check yourself. You did what I'm saying? And I'm talking to myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm good
But
with conflict and all that shit. I don't want to be that damn good at it no more. So I chill out. I'd rather be like Tommy B, nigga. Yeah, whatever, man. Nigga say some old, you know that shit was slick. And you be like, I'm just gonna let that shit slide. I'm gonna let it slide. But it ain't too many times you can let that shit slide.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? The nigga tried again, you say, listen, I let it slide the first time, my nigga.
It's what they say.
You know what I'm saying?
Comes great responsibility, and for me, because I know where I'm willing to take it, it takes me a lot longer to get there.
Yeah,
because like
hell
once I get there, you're not gonna have no excuses to try to stop me. Because I need to start everything. But now it's get up out my way because I'm finna do what I got to do.
And sometimes I think that point, it looks different for many different men. Be like, damn, why you do all that?
Yeah.
So like in the situation that we're talking about right now, right? It's ego for me to take that. Hell no, who are you to dictate who I talk to? There's ego there. But it's also ego for you to come in. Like my child is 8, 9, 10 years old at this point. We already have our system down. We already got we already got all this down. Who the fuck are you to come in here and tell me any of that needs to change? What we got works. I'm not changing nothing about what I got going on. I respect what you got going on. That's why what we got works. And because what we got works means that it respects what you got going on. Because if we was on bullshit and still dipping and dabbing with each other, we would still be arguing and back and forth and on the bullshit. And no,
not even
our
that.
system is down.
Why would you even be here if we still dipping and dabbing?
Yeah.
And that's a whole nother thing.
But I think to your point, honey, the thing that really gets frustrating about that situation is if everything was smooth, running smooth, yada yada yada, and then you jump in with this. Now I'm looking at it as like, I mean, I have to look at it as far as like, because what Edie Man was talking about was like marriage, but it's like this shit been running smooth, no problems. Again, I'm not overstepping boundaries, nothing. Da da da. I think that's the part where it starts to feel.
Now,
I guess
here's
you know what I'm saying.
Here's where it goes, right? Because if we're talking about marriage, like you were talking about through that entire process, if our system is already down, that means that you probably will have had been at a couple of practices. I will have seen you at a couple of performances. You would have been there for a couple of games. So it would have provided the opportunity for us to stand next to each other and shake each other's hand. It would have provided an opportunity for us to be able to get an unspoken respect for each other that we wouldn't even need to have this fucking conversation to begin with. And that's just my personal thought about it. Because I think that if we are all being grown, because objectively everyone in this situation is being grown. That is the most objective idea in the scenario that we're talking about. We're talking about the mother of the child being civil enough to let you move on and go get your own woman. She's civil enough to go create her own healthy relationship that's willing to be stable enough around them kids. We're hoping that all 4 people in this scenario is grown enough for this to happen.
Well,
so in that scenario where you get to roll a dice and all 4 people are grown, I do think it'll work a whole lot more like what Eda Man and Tommy is talking about, where it probably is a group chat where we all talking to each other and going on the carnival cruise together and all that shit. But most of us is not going on a fucking carnival cruise with our ex and her new husband.
No. So I think any friend I help with this solution, the agreement, it wasn't this smooth selling that Tommy B is talking about. If it's like smooth selling and it's like don't need to be any rules, I think typically they'll keep moving the way that they're moving. Because usually you don't do correction to correction need. So I'm not saying that you just need to go in and start doing these things, right? But if it's like already like everything's cool, everybody's happy in the situation, most people are goes with the flow type people. Typically is when boundaries need to be set is when people start having these conversations. I'm not saying that everybody just need to go in and start having conversations about it, but it's usually a conversation happen with the husband and the wife that he say, I need to get involved with it. So I don't want to just paint that this work
Well,
for every situation.
and that's why I said what I said, Edie, man. That's why I said you would, because put it like this, and this is more towards either man's side, honey. While I'm dating, I have to wait till I'm in a position to even put my stamp on this anyway. So I might have to let some shit slide because I'm not in a position where I can even say next we're dating, we're getting to know each other, yada yada yada. But once I get to a point to where okay, this is getting serious, I'm gonna lock something down. Now I have to be like, all right, yo, and to what Edie Man is saying, now if we are getting texts after 10 and 11 that ain't got nothing to do with the kids, I'm gonna have to be like, yo, that's out. You feel what I'm saying? And so that's why I kind of put that in there with either man, like, nah, all the way up until you get married, you're gonna see how this shit is. And if you don't see no weird shit going on, there's no need to even have this conversation. Now you're almost creating a situation from nothing. But up until there, if you're starting to see little things that's been kind of poking at you, now it's time to get that shit to stop. Because once I always tell everybody, the things that you don't check, you're giving permission to.
Yeah, but most of the time is people don't talk to their baby mama like that. That's the thing is like this idea that you talking to your baby mama on a normal basis.
Exactly.
It's like blue moon conversations anyway.
Well, that's why I said the thing, like the situation with my pops, like that was just a rare situation, right? Like, cause even like today, like she told my daughter to hit me to ask if she can miss school today. Like she didn't hit me, she told my daughter to hit me. You get what I'm saying? So that's usually how situations go is she'll go through my daughter. Every once in a while I'll get hit with something. But like you said, Edie, man, it's I ain't gonna lie to you. It ain't even every week, damn near sometimes not even every 2 or 3 week conversation. But with her, my daughter's 14 too. So
Yeah, and like cause what you talking about 100 is our youngest kid that's in that situation 16 and she driving herself. So she gonna be talking to her daddy. Like most of the time, I'm on my way, dad. Like that's the kind of conversation. We're really having this conversation for younger kids. But once your kids get a phone, 13, you typically gonna communicate with your what you call it. Usually the conversation is, hey, by the way, the daughter need braces. Hey, can y'all cover half? Can I cover half? And that kind of stuff. And truthfully and honestly, you want the man who got the money to be in that conversation, because I'm just telling you, you do. So, but I get what y'all saying. I just wanted the whole point of this conversation was don't like not be willing to have the conversation. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that everybody's gonna literally agree. I'm not gonna say y'all always gonna do it, but if you have two people that are being logical on both sides, I think both are gonna concede. Everybody's not gonna have it their way, but men can talk these things out. And I think that a lot of problems is because most of them never talk.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
it's two things.
based on logic
Never-
too.
well, it's two things. It's one, they never talk, or that new guy comes in and oversteps. So again, like what you just said, Edie, man, there's no issues, there's no problem, but because of ego, let me step in here and it's like that wasn't even necessary.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, and then the new guy usually got something going on. If he got something going on, he running the business. He ain't really got time. Like if it's smooth, his wife happy. Like, why would you really try to shake it up? Like if it's smooth.
You made a very good point when you talked about the time frame, right? Absolutely. Man, this shit goes by fast as shit. Now think about it. Then before you know it, your kids are already teenagers. By the time y'all got, man, that shit is like, it's all small shit because the time frame seemed like it would be a lot, but it's not. It's really not. And yeah, it's way better for people to go the diplomatic way than anything else. I agree with you on that, Edie, man. No doubt about it. We have to take our egos out of that shit, especially if you ain't trying to be with that woman, man. Look, go on about your business. When it come down to those kids, it ain't that goddamn. All we trying to do is exact any issues, right? School, parent-teacher conference, they in activities, somebody gets sick, like you said, braces, all of that shit is just things where it's like, okay, who gonna do what? All right, that you doing it, and then motherfuckers going on with their fucking life. They just, you know what I'm saying? Is the kids with me? All right, the kids with me. They ain't shit. I ain't worried about it. If the kids with Marianne and John, I don't give a damn. They already got it. They got it together. You know what I'm saying? My kid want to call me and say, "Hey, Dad, I just wanted to talk to you. Whatever. Hey, what's up? Nothing. We did this today. I had such and such today. You coming to my? All right." I don't think that I think people do make the situations way harder than what they need to be.
But you know the common thing that's gonna be in that group message, JT. Hey, we going to Vegas. We can't keep the kids this weekend. Can you take them? Like that. Like that's the conversation.
Cool.
Like it's not like these long drawn out
Yep.
conversation. Hey man, I can't take the kids. Can we switch weekends? Can we switch weeks? Like that's usually what it is, and that's the end of the conversation.
That's the end of the conversation. And the thing is this: when you're doing it and when you're practicing this shit a lot, they going back between homes and shit. Guess what? You ain't never got to do no more. Ain't no packing bags. They got clothes here. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no, they got toothbrush coats. You ain't got it. Whatever little shit that you need to bring that you know, if they little kids, they probably got their little favorite toys or whatever that they bring in. But when it comes down to all that other shit, man, once you got that shit, I just done seen the shit. It look like a well-oiled machine. The motherfuckers is all look like family to me. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what it ended up being once you practicing that enough, because people take their fucking egos, they move it to the side and say, this is for the greater good.
And 100, if you got another wife, I mean, like if you got a wife, your wife ain't gonna want you in your baby mama face all the time anyways.
It changes. Let me tell you how crazy it is. You'll see grown people, right? They be like, hey, what's up, Pops? And then, you know, your friends or whatever, they be like, well, that's not my biological father, but that's my, you know what I'm saying? He took care of me or whatever. Pops is what I call him. Hey, Pops. Now that's that's my father right there. But it's kind of like even they probably look, I done seen dudes end up being cool as fuck with each other, and you would not know that, wait, oh, y'all like best friends? You like, yeah, he married my ex-wife, you know, blah, blah, blah. It don't even, you be like, for real? Like when you see the dynamics of shit, and motherfuckers be like, how did that shit? Because niggas took their ego out. Whatever was in the past, it was in the fucking past. That's just what it is. When you start seeing, you'll be amazed at the shit, the dynamics sometimes that you will see, bro. And then the shit it be inspiring to a lot of people to be like, why the fuck was I out here nutting up like I was? You know, these niggas is out here doing their thing.
I think
nobody want that stress, man. Fuck all that shit. Fuck stress. That's my thing. Fuck stress.
I think also what it is, if
it'll kill you.
You see eye to eye and realize they don't even have to have that conversation. If they just see eye to eye, it just
whatever's understood, it don't need to be said.
They just look at each other, nod, and if it goes from
What's
there,
up, bro?
there.
What's popping? And you know, most dudes anyway gonna have something in common with each other. Like niggas, you know, one of the things what we do when we you know, just trying to get common with each other, whatever. If you smoke cigars and drink whiskey, if you go golfing, you know, most men can find something in common where they be like, all right, man, we'll do such and such. But at the beginning, I'm still gonna say it though, Eda, man, that shit still got to be organic for a lot of people, bro, because people they don't practice diplomatic things every day.
Especially too, if you see that your child is happy.
Yeah.
Like you go over there, you call her randomly. She over there playing laughing. You feel like she in a safe environment. You're not gonna be like, let me go mess up my child peace.
Right. Yeah,
you know,
none of that shit. And then again, they get to be teenagers and all that shit. They're gonna be teenagers. They got friends and shit. They don't even want to be around adults like that when they get to be teenagers. They like, cool, can my friend come over? Can my friend, you know what I'm saying? Can I go over to my friend's house? Or my friends is having, and then, you know, 16, 17, 18, dog, it's a whole different ball game, especially if your kids are driving and shit like that. So now it's like, what do we have between us anymore? Nothing. And then, and guess what? Motherfuckers end up being even more cooler. You know what I'm saying? That's how crazy this shit is, bro. This shit is just damn. Yeah, that great conversation, fellas, man. No doubt. Great conversations, man. I'm about to get up out of here. We about to close the show out, man. Shout out to everybody that because I'm looking, damn. Shout out to everybody that came and subscribed to the Black Man Unfiltered network. Also, everybody that also subscribed, liked, and shared the What We Know podcast. Also, I'd like to thank the fellas on the panel. Antoine, my man, Tommy B, E, the man, and my boy Watts, 100 Watts, man. It was a great conversation, y'all. This shit was.
And JT,
I'm gonna think about this shit. Some of that shit I'm gonna still be thinking about you, man. Like, this nigga talking about.
It's like it shouldn't be that
no
easy.
10?
A lot of people think they be like, it shouldn't be this easy. And then, like, when you really think back, because me and my wife, we've been over 8 years, right? We've been married. When you really start thinking back on this stuff, you like, I was tripping over that. Like, if you really process it, you like that's not worth tripping over. Like, it's not worth like dying on.
Facts, bro. Facts. Because time is it goes by really fast, bro. And we just got to get better in how we communicate with one another. And I think that, especially if we talking about men with principles and things like that, that'd be a great thing for a man to be able to overcome. Is his ego being in the way of things happening, making shit happen. Right. So great conversation, man. Great exercise too, bro.
All right, no problem.
All right, y'all. I'm about to get back with y'all, man. Peace out, man. Thank y'all for coming out. Go ahead, Tommy. What's up?
No, I'm about to start dropping content again. I done rebranded. You feel me?
I see you. Hey, bro. You still got the same channel, right?
Yeah, I just rebranded it. So
okay, so I'm already subscribed to you. I definitely got to pull up on you, homie.
I can check it out. Right?
I'm gonna be doing a lot of pre-records. I got to set up a stream schedule, but I'm gonna start pre-records first. And listen, it ain't gonna have nothing to do with this stuff.
Yeah. Most definitely.
In this sector, I don't want no parts.
Bro, we talk about everything, bro. I'd rather talk about something different. Trust me when I tell you.
I'm be more just viral shit, pop culture shit that's going on, current events.
I like that.
But yeah. But I'll let everybody know. But yeah, I'm getting back. I graduated from my HVAC school, so I got a little bit more time.
Congratulations, my brother. Keep grinding, man. Most definitely. All right, brother. Y'all have a nice one, man.
Well, enjoy your weekend, fellas.
All right, now. We out. But I did not get it. All right, I'd like to thank everybody from coming out. Black Man Unfiltered, What We Know podcast, simulcast. The Barbershop, man. We had a ball, man. It was a great conversation. Thank you all for coming out. And we are about to get out of this piece. I hate that I missed the day. Oh, there it goes. All right, y'all. Peace.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord,